Okay. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Byju's Exam Prep IAS. This is Sham Kagud here. Now, before I start the discussion, if there is no issue with the sound, please give me a thumbs up. Done. Let's start then. Let's start. So, yesterday, what we have discussed? Yesterday, we continue with the discussion in agriculture sector. I hope remember that agriculture sector. In agriculture sector, yesterday we discussed certain important concepts such as food processing sector or food processing industry. What do you mean by food processing? It basically refers to a process wherein whatever is the output in the agriculture sector, we are going to transform it. Transform it simply means we are going to convert the form of it, right? Let's say, for example, from wheat, we will convert into bread, right? I hope you remember this. From wheat, we'll convert into bread, right? Let's say fruits will be converted into juices, etc. Right? So we are going to convert the form of the output in the agriculture sector, and this particular converted form will have certain market value and will also have basically extended shelf life. It will be having extended shelf life. Now, why do we promote the idea for food processing in India? One, it will basically promote the conversion, right, transformation, and we can export it to international market. In case of India, the per capita incomes have been increasing, and people, it simply means the houses have more money to spend on the processed foods now. The population profile, that is a large chunk of population. In case of India, it's basically youth population below the age of 25 years, etc. And this population prefers processed foods. Now, that is some of the reasons why we promote food processing. Now, what are the reforms which have been undertaken by the government in order to promote food processing? We have discussed concepts, let's say schemes. Pradhana Mantri Kisan Sampada Yojana. Under Pradhana Mantri Kisan Sampada Yojana, we have discussed Mega Food Park Scheme, MFP, Mega Food Park Scheme, cold chain infrastructure, promotion of cold chain infrastructure, PLI, production linked incentive for food processing industries, PM FME, Pradhan Mantri formalization of micro enterprises, one district to one product, etc. After that, we also discussed what are the concerns or issues related or challenges to the food processing industry. For example, I told you most of the demand is concentrated in urban part of India. Rural population is very high, but the demand coming from that, it's comparatively lower. Second, the kind of investment that we are doing, the kind of products we are able to produce, these are mainly concentrated on urban population, not the rural demand. Most of the production is done from micro enterprises, or the large number of micro enterprises are there, especially in case of, let's say, the food processing industry. We need to convert them into smaller, right, let's say, larger enterprises. And so these are some of the issues that are plaguing the food processing industry. Before that, we have discussed e-NAM concept, e-national agriculture market. Under the e-national agriculture market, concept is simple. Earlier, we had only the APMC markets or mandis, where the farmers used to take the crop and the buyers used to physically come. But under the concept of e-NAM, what will happen? The farmer will take the crop, get the quality certificate, now get the product listed in the platform, that is e-national agriculture market. Now, in the platform, multiple traders are there from the same state or from a different state. These traders will start bidding on the crop, and as a result of this, market price discovery will be much better. And to trade on this, either to purchase right on this particular e-NAM, you require only one license. Only one uniform license is sufficient, unlike earlier situation where every state you are supposed to take one license, because the APMCs are state laws. Then we have discussed what are the issues related to that. Right? Most of the farmers are yet to adopt to the technology. Right? Even in the situation of APMC mandis, we do not have sufficient infrastructure. Most of the transactions are interstate, whereas the object used to promote intrastate transactions, etc. Right? In addition to that, certain technologies in the agriculture sector we have discussed. Right? What kind of technologies? One nation, one ration card, Annapurti grain ATM. We have discussed usage of agriculture drones, basically promotion of silos infrastructure development under public-private partnership, right, etc. So these are some of the very important application of technology in the agriculture sector. Done. Now, after that, we started with the next chapter, that is industries and services. Industries and services. Now, in the industries and services, what did we discuss yesterday? We started with industrial policy, right? Industrial policy of 1948, Industrial Development Regulation Act, right? Industrial Development Regulation Act of 1951, Industrial Policy of 1956, and then Industrial Policy of 1991. We were discussing Industrial Policy of 1991. Now, just to put in a nutshell what we have discussed in different industrial policies, please follow the sequence here. Multiple industrial policies are there, but the most important ones are these. First one is Industrial Policy of 1948. What it said? India will be a mixed economy. Simple, point by point. India will be a mixed economy, which means there will be presence of the private sector as well as the government in promotion, or let's say development of industries. Now, for this reason, what we divided was, or what we did was, we took all the industries, divided the industries into 4 categories, 1, 2, 3, and 4. And I hope you have by hearted the list now. Right? Category 1, exclusive monopoly of the government. Category 2, mixed sector, where government will be requiring to set up new industries. But if private sector is present, it will allow to be continued to operate. Then there is a regulated sector. Private sector is allowed to operate here. Government doesn't have any presence. And finally, all the other industries which will not be there in the 1, 2, and 3 will be kept under category 4. Right? Then Industrial Development Regulation Act of 1951. It introduced a lot of regulatory powers to the government. For example, government would announce a reform which will be implemented by companies. Private sector companies, all of them were registered under the Industrial Development Regulation Act. Now they were supposed to follow the recommendations, or let's say the policies that were implemented by the government. If this company has given a wrong data to the government to get a license, government would simply cancel the license of the company. The company, if they wanted to make any decisions, for example, investment decisions, increased production, etc., they were supposed to take the approval of the government first, then make the investment, etc., etc. A lot of these regulatory powers were given to the center under the IDRA in 1951. Then came the most important industrial policy of 1956. In the industrial policy of 1956, rather than having 4 categories as given in 48, we changed the categorization. We divided the industries into 3 schedules: Schedule A, Schedule B, and Schedule C. In Schedule A, all the industries which will be monopoly of the government, and most of the industries, I hope remember, 17 industries were brought under this. All these would be having the presence of the government. Then there was a Schedule B, private sector, but regulation by the center. And a Schedule C, whichever will not be there in the A and B will be kept under C. Right? And then we have discussed what was the situation of Indian economy by 1991. And as a result of this, we implemented LPG reforms, liberalization, privatization, and globalization reforms. This is where we were discussing, and let's continue from here. So first one is liberalization. What do you mean by liberalization? The regulations that were imposed by the government earlier, post-independence, government imposed a lot of regulations. These regulations were reduced. Deregulation was done by the government. For example, in taxation, right, in case of financial market, in case of industrial policy, etc., what kind of reforms were implemented, why deregulation was done, yesterday we have seen. Then we entered into the concept of privatization. What happens in a privatization? The government will sell the ownership. Right, in companies that they have or they own. And as a result of this is a process of disinvestment, and government will be able to generate revenues. Yesterday we have discussed in what way disinvestment can be conducted. Minority disinvestment, strategic disinvestment, complete privatization, CPSE and ETF, and basically one more is cross holding. Right, that is where we basically stop the discussion. Let me pick it up from there itself. Now, imagine government of India will go for disinvestment. Right? And whenever disinvestment is done, government will sell certain amount of ownership and raise money. Now let's start. Point number one, whatever are the money that is collected, whatever money that is collected by the government, or whatever is the amount collected by the government, that amount will be kept in a fund called as a National Investment Fund. I'll repeat it. Whatever is the amount that is collected through disinvestment, that amount will be kept under the concept of National Investment Fund, NIF. And in the context of NIF, please remember this: NIF is not part of Consolidated Fund of India. NIF is not a part of Consolidated Fund of India. It is not part of Consolidated Fund of India. Now have a look at this. What is the meaning of the not a part of Consolidated Fund of India? It simply means the amount that is collected will be kept outside the Consolidated Fund of India. And what is the importance of it? Please go back to the earlier discussion. If you get certain amount of money, keep it in the Consolidated Fund of India, don't you think you will require the permission of the parliament? You will require the permission of the parliament to withdraw that money for any purposes, right? I hope you remember that, right? When we discuss the concept of budgeting, we have discussed this. You keep this money in the Consolidated Fund of India. Now you'll require the permission of the parliament. But if you keep it outside the Consolidated Fund of India, you do not require any permission of the parliament. That's the reason some of the books will also tell you, because it is outside Consolidated Fund and the government doesn't require permission of the parliament, government through executive authority will either deposit and withdraw the money. They will also use the term public account, right? They'll simply say it is a part of the public account. Government, whenever they want, through executive authority, will deposit money and will withdraw the money from the National Investment Fund, NIF. Now, whenever the money is kept under the National Investment Fund, for what purposes it is allowed? For what purposes the money is allowed to be used? These are the purposes. Please understand this. Whatever your book says, that is not correct, because some of the books are saying, right, and this was correct earlier. This was correct earlier, not today. That the amount of money that is collected through disinvestment can be used for social welfare programs. The government can use it for social welfare programs. Is it applicable today? Absolutely no. Earlier it was applicable, right? Earlier it was applicable, where some of the money was used for social welfare programs, that is for launching of the schemes by the government, and remaining amount was used for infrastructure development. But today, no, those regulations are not applicable. Government of India says whatever is the money under the NIF can be used only for these purposes. Can be used only for these purposes. For what purposes? One, Government of India wants to invest in the capital infrastructure projects, such as metro projects. The government wants to invest in metro projects, right? Government can invest in CPSEs, Central Public Sector Enterprises. There's a term called as a rights issue. What do you mean by rights issue? Follow the logic here. Imagine a company is there. Imagine a company is there. The company has already issued shares to, let's say, 4 investors. I'll just take a hypothetical example. A company is there. Company has already issued shares and there are 4 shareholders, W, X, Y and Z. Now the company wants to issue further more shares. The company wants to issue more shares, further more shares, let's say FPO. Now there are 2 options here. The company can simply go and issue the shares to the new investors. It can simply issue the shares to the new investors. For example, it will simply tell the market, I'm issuing shares, anybody wants to purchase can bid and purchase the shares. Possible? Of course, yes. Second option that is available is company A will offer the shares to the existing shareholders. Is the logic okay? Company A, second option I'm telling you, will offer the share to the existing shareholders. Who are the existing shareholders as of now? Who are the existing shareholders? W, X, Y and Z. So the company first will offer the shares to the existing shareholders. If they do not want to purchase these shares, now company will be issuing the shares to the new investors. And because to the existing shareholders, these are existing shareholders, because the company is issuing the shares to the existing shareholders, this is called as a rights issue. Any difficulty? Let me know now. That because the company is issuing the shares, new shares to the existing shareholders, it is called as rights issue. Now imagine your W, you are the investor W. Now it is entirely up to you whether you want to purchase the new shares or not. It is your discretion. It is your right. You want to purchase the new shares, you can purchase them. If you do not want to purchase the new shares, no problem. Right? It is entirely up to you. It is not a compulsion on the investor. It is an option, discretion of the investor. This process is called as rights issues. Rights issue. So come back to this. CPSC is right. Rights issue can also be conducted. Next one, recapitalization of public sector bank. Follow this very carefully. Some of you will get confused here. Recapitalization of public sector bank. Now, what do you mean by recapitalization of a public sector bank? Let's start. First and foremost, when I say public sector bank, can I say that majority of the ownership, that is more than 51% of the ownership, is with Government of India? Any problem with this? Right, majority of the ownership, that's more than 51%, is with Government of India. Now, can I say that it is the responsibility of the owner, that is the Government of India, to ensure that PSBs will have sufficient amount of capital? Let me know. Because the Government of India is the majority owner, right? Because it is the majority owner, it is the responsibility of the government to ensure the PSBs will have sufficient capital. So that is why Government of India has an option called as recapitalization. Recapitalization. Rather than reading the word continuously, look at the way I am pronouncing it. Recapitalization. What is the meaning of the term recapitalization here? Already Government of India has invested capital. Government of India, because these are public sector banks, Government of India has already invested capital or has provided capital to the public sector bank. It is again providing the capital. That's the reason this is called as a recapitalization. How the recapitalization will be done? Follow this very carefully. Follow this very carefully. Point number one. Will everybody agree when I say Government of India needs money to provide capital to the PSBs? Let me know if anyone disagrees. Government of India needs money to provide capital to the public sector banks. Correct or wrong? It is correct, by the way. So how does Government of India raise the capital? Because they need the capital. This is the typical method. Do not be confused. I've told you why Government of India does it now. It owns the PSBs. Second, it needs capital. So what is the process? Step one. Step one, here is a public sector bank. Government of India will issue a bond. These are called as recapitalization bond. Government of India will issue a bond which is called as a recapitalization bond. And let's say you are the bank. Otherwise, I am the bank, you are the Government of India. 620, you are Government of India, be happy now. You are Government of India, you will issue 100 rupee worth of bond to me and I will give you 100 rupee. So can I say at the end of step number one, Government of India has a bond, Government of India has a cash of 100 rupee. Is it okay? Step number one, at the end of it, Government of India has a cash of 100 rupee and the bank has a bond worth 100 rupee. Now, please have a look at this. This is the bank. Let's say before step one, bank had 200 rupees capital. The bank had a capital asset worth 200 rupees. At the end of the step one, can I say now the bank will have 100 rupee capital, that is the cash, and 100 rupee worth of bond, which is again nothing but 200 rupees worth of total capital, total asset. That is at the end of the step one. Now Government of India has 100 rupee cash. What the government will do is step 2. It will basically provide this 100 rupee to the public sector bank. It will basically provide this 100 rupee to a public sector bank, and in return the public sector bank will provide, let's say, a share, one share to Government of India worth 100 rupee. Now tell me, at the end of the step 2, can I write the bank has 200 rupees cash and 100 rupee worth of bond? Total asset that is held with the bank, total capital that is there with the bank is 300 rupees. Any problem with this? Total capital that is there with the bank at the end of step 2 is how much? 200 rupee cash, 100 rupee worth of bond. Right? Any problem with this calculation? Let me know. Any problem? Right? Can I say between step 1 and step 2? Step 1 and step 2, the capital that is there with the bank, has increased. I'll repeat the statement. Right? Between step 1 and step 2, the capital that is there with the bank has actually increased. In the step 1, the capital that was there with the bank was 200, right? And in the step 2, the capital that is there with the bank will be 300 rupees. So basically, on one side, the bank has more capital now, hence called as a recapitalization. And second, government will have more ownership in the public sector bank. But what is the beauty? What is the beauty of this recapitalization bond? Please remember this. The recapitalization bond do not carry any interest. Do not carry any interest. Absolutely no interest. Understand my statement? They do not carry any interest for the banks. What is the meaning of it? The 100 rupee bond that you have given to me, I'm a bank. 100 rupee bond that you have given to me, you will not be paying any interest on it. It is absolutely zero coupon. Absolute zero coupon. Any problem with this? Right? At least in case of T-bills, at least in the case of T-bills, the government will issue it at discount and pay the face value. But in the context of recapitalization bonds, these are absolute zero coupon bonds. What is the meaning of it? You will issue 100 rupee bond to me. I will give you 100 rupees. On this bond, you will not pay any interest. In this bond, you will not pay any interest to the bank. Right? Absolute zero coupon, no interest whatsoever given to the bank. But at the end of the step 2, what is happening? Government's ownership in the public sector bank has increased, and public sector banks' capital availability has increased. This is basically referred as a recapitalization bond concept. Idea for recapitalization bonds. Now, the national investment funds can also be used for recapitalization in PSBs, but one more methodology is recapitalization bonds. Next, it can also provide the funds for RRBs and NABARD. It can also invest in railways, capital expenditure. It can also invest in nuclear energy, companies related to nuclear energy, that is Bharatiya Nabikiya Vidyut Nigam Limited and Uranium Corporation of India Limited. So these are some of the ways, through which the funds under the National Investment Fund will be utilized. These are some of the ways through which the funds under the NIF can be utilized. Done? Right, so this is the discussion related to the concept of NIF. Now I'll talk about the latest disinvestment policy. The latest policy of disinvestment. Please remember this. The latest policy of disinvestment. Now what is this latest disinvestment policy? Government of India says, I will divide all the sectors where I have ownership of companies. I'll repeat it. I will divide all the sectors where I have the ownership of companies into two groups. One is strategic sector. Second one is non-strategic sector. I'll repeat it again. Understand this. Government of India says, in all the sectors where I am present, I will divide them into two groups. One is a strategic, Second one is non-strategic. Sir, how? What is the difference between a strategic and non-strategic? Now look at the sectors that I've listed in the strategic. Please have a look at the sectors that I've listed in the strategic. Can I say these are important for the government either to promote welfare or for security purposes or to achieve certain growth objectives? I'll repeat it. Please have a look at the sectors that I've listed in the strategic. Can I say these are important for the government to achieve certain social welfare measure or to achieve certain growth objective or even in case of national security? So all those which are important under these parameters, I'll classify in strategic. And all those which are not meeting these criteria, I will classify as non-strategic. Now you tell me any example that you can think of non-strategic. Before you start asking, please have a look at it. And this is, by the way, 20th class. And you tell me any example that you can think of non-strategic. Can I give you a best example? Agriculture sector. Best example, agriculture sector. And traditionally, and I hope you understand this, it is very easy to remember it. Traditionally, don't you think government of India stayed away from agriculture sector? Look at from industrial policy 1948. Right? How do you understand all of this? Look at from industrial policy 1948. Right? Don't you think traditionally government of India said, I will not set up anything under agriculture. I will allow private people, right? That is individuals, companies, etc. to operate in the agriculture sector. Right? So we will divide them into strategic and non-strategic. Now focus on strategic sector. Focus on strategic sector. What's the meaning of this strategic sector now? Government says in the strategic sectors, I will have maximum up to 4 companies. I will repeat the statement. Right, in strategic sectors, maximum I will have up to 4 companies. Maximum 4 companies. Minimum will be 1. Right, maximum will be up to 4 companies. Sir, what if more than 4 companies are there? Government will simply merge them. Simple. If more than 4 companies are there, I'll give you a current affairs example as well. Please look at one of the sectors here, banking sector. Please look at one of the sectors here, banking sector. At one point of time in banking sector, government of India had more than 20 banks. That is, public sector banks were more than 20. Right? Do you believe that more than 20 are present today in India? Absolutely no. Many of these public sector banks are being merged. They are being merged with one another. For example, 5 associate banks of SBI are merged with SBI. Right? The Dena Bank and Vijaya Bank has been merged with Bank of Baroda. Right? So many of these public sector banks are merged and the number of public sector banks is reducing. And the government is not going to stop. It will continue to merge, reduce the number of the companies here. Now, some of you might be asking, sir, why? Why is the government of India following this kind of a disinvestment policy? I'll address that. But before that, what about non-strategic sectors? Right? What if government of India has anything, any company in the non-strategic sector? Government says in the non-strategic sector, I will not have any company. I will repeat my statement. In the non-strategic sector, I will not have any company. Even if I have the company, I will sell it. If not, I will close it. I'll repeat it again. In case of non-strategic sector, government says I will not have any company. If I have a company, I will simply sell it. If selling is not possible, I'll simply close it. That is the latest disinvestment policy of the government. Please be very careful. Now, what is the reason? Why is the government of India going for this kind of a disinvestment policy? Right, follow this. I'll give you a critical evaluation here. Generally, the pros or the advantages associated with the disinvestment policy is: 1, government will be able to generate revenues. Any problem with this? Let me know. Government will be able to generate revenues. When government will sell the company, don't you think government will be able to generate revenues? Either part of the ownership or complete company, doesn't matter. Government will be able to generate revenues. Second, It basically fits the narrative of the government of promotion of private sector, promoting private sector competition, promoting private sector competition. There is a punchline, right? Punchline which is used by the government. Minimum government, maximum governance. Minimum government, maximum governance. And don't you think when you say minimum government, when government will withdraw itself from right operating in the market, will allow the private sector to operate, it is promoting a private sector competition. It is facilitating private sector, more and more private sector competition. Sir, any example of this? You tell me, can it be said in the context of civil aviation now? Let me know. Can you apply this in the context of civil aviation market? Until very recently, Government of India had Air India, right? You had one company, that is Air India, owned by Government of India. But today, Government of India doesn't own anything in the airliners. Everything is from the private sector, right? So basically, promotion of competition of private sector. Third one, better usage, or let's say lesser usage of money or resources in loss-making companies. In loss-making companies. Sir, what do you mean by this? Apply the same statement to Air India. Apply the same statement to Air India. Right? Earlier, there were two companies. One was Air India. Second one was Indian Airlines. The government, before 2010, what they did was, they merged the Indian Airlines with Air India. So we have only one company after that, Air India. Now, Air India continuously kept on incurring losses. Right? Air India continuously kept on incurring losses. Now, what do you mean by losses? When you use the term losses, what do you mean by losses? Expenditure is more than income generated. But if the expenditure is more than income generated, from where do you think the money was given to Air India? From where do you think money will be given or money will be flowing into Air India? Government of India kept on providing assistance to Air India. Logic is simple, because Government of India owned Air India. Government of India kept on providing assistance, money to Air India. Now you tell me, looking at like an economist, look at this as an economist. Do you think this is an efficient utilization of resources? Let me know. Do you think your taxpayer money, you're a very important contributor to the economy, you're a taxpayer, right? Either income taxes or GST, doesn't matter. You're paying taxes. But Government of India will use that money to provide, let's say, assistance to Air India. Will you be happy with that? Of course, no. You'll have to hold the government accountable. That is the reason Government of India says, right, I will not be using money now in loss-making companies, because I will sell it away. I'll simply sell it to a private sector company. And the fourth one, Government of India says, it is not the business of the government. It is not the business of the government to be in business. It is not the business of the government to be in business. To be in business. Right? What do you mean by this statement? Let's start. How many of you think the main objective of the Government of India is to make profits? Let me know. How many of you think that the main objective of Government of India is to make profits, earn profits? Paisa hi paisa. Absolutely no. The main objective of Government of India is to ensure welfare is there. It is to ensure economy is doing well. It is to ensure unemployment will go down, etc., etc. It is not to make profits. But when you talk about companies, when you talk about the business, don't you think the main objective of the business is to make profit? I hope you understand. Is it okay if I say the main objective of a business is to make profit? So on one side you have government, whose main objective is welfare, growth, and on the other hand, you have government owning Air India, whose main objective is to make profits. Right? How do you synchronize both of these objectives? Right? Don't you think it is very difficult for the government to achieve one? If they achieve one, they will have to forego the other. If you achieve the one, then they will have to forego the other. Basically, that's the objective. So that is the reason Government of India, right, has kept on saying it is not the business of the government to be in business, because if you want to operate a business, you'll have to be worried about lowering expenditure. You'll have to be worried about pricing the products correctly. You'll have to be worried about profit making. But Government of India's objective is not to earn profit. Can we apply the same logic to railways? Think of it. Right? Can we apply the same logic to railways? In case of railways, Government of India incurs losses because of subsidies. Right? Because of subsidies, Government of India incurs a loss in railways because we provide a lot of subsidies in the form of lower ticket prices. Right? Can Government of India say, I will increase the price, right, based on the supply and demand? Now, what is going to be the impact on people? Right, especially poor people who use railways as a lifeline to travel throughout the length and breadth of India, the cost of the tickets will be very, very high. So that's the reason, looking at the social welfare objective, even though the railways will incur losses in the passenger transportation, they will keep on providing subsidies in passenger transportation. Now come to the other side, consequences or certain problems related to this policy of the government. One, ownership of the government. Ownership of the government in assets. Ownership in assets will keep on coming down. Ownership in assets will keep on coming down. That is, how many assets are owned by the Government of India? They'll keep on decreasing. So why you have written in the cons? You tell me today, imagine the Government of India will have 10 companies. And if all the 10 companies are sold under disinvestment policy, tomorrow if Government of India requires money, don't you think they do not have any companies to sell anymore in the market? I hope you understand this, right? Government of India has, let's say, 10 companies today, and this year we will completely privatize all the 10 companies. Next year again government requires money. You tell me, are there any companies to sell now? Right? Absolutely no. Second one is, what is the market situation when this sale is conducted? What is the market situation when the sale is conducted? That is also very much relevant. Sir, why? Please go back to what you have discussed or what you have read in the Friday's newspaper, which I asked you to read. In the last 2 years, Government of India sold ownership in some of the companies. It has sold shares in some of the companies. How many of you believe that government, one, was able to sell as per their requirement? Think of it. That is where current affairs becomes very much relevant to you. How many of you think that, question number one, government was able to sell as per the requirement of the government? And second, market was in a very, very good, let's say market situation was very good to sell the shares and collect very good amount of revenues. I hope you understand both the statements here. In the last 2 years, why I'm focused on this? In the last 2 years, don't you think market was not working properly because of the pandemic? Simple idea, right? If you ask me, sir, why are you focused on last 2 years? Market was not working because of the was not working correctly or efficiently because of the pandemic. During that period of time, you sold the shares. Do you think the demand for the shares was very, very high? Do you think investors were running towards purchasing these kind of shares? Of course, no. And that is the precise reason government was not able to generate sufficient amount of revenues. Right? So what is the market situation? That will also have an impact on how much money you are able to generate. And if you're going to sell the companies or the shares of the companies when there's a pandemic, will you be able to get good amount of returns for it? So very difficult to understand. Let me give a very simple example. Imagine example one, I have one share, market is working very efficiently, lot of investors are there in the market. Imagine you are all the investors. I have a share of a company, all the investors want to purchase this share. Can I sell the share at higher market prices or not? Is the logic okay? Can I sell this particular share at higher market prices, get better returns from you? That is example one. Example two, pandemic. Right? Some of you worried about the pandemic, you do not want to invest in the market. So what will happen to demand for this share? Demand for the share will go down. Now I will sell the share. You tell me, compared to example one, will we be able to earn that amount of returns? comparatively. If the market was working efficiently, you will be able to get very good returns for the sale of the share. But in the second case, because of the pandemic, will we be able to get the same amount of returns for the shares? Absolutely no. So what is the market situation? That also makes a lot of difference. Third one, if you allow the private sector, if you basically sell these companies to private sector, what will happen to the, let's say, the prices of the goods or services? What will happen to the prices of goods and services? Right? Private sector owns the company now. You tell me what will happen to the price of goods and services. Don't you think the prices of goods and services automatically will go up? Because it is not the government of India now, private sector, which will start charging for the goods and services. Private sector is not worried about welfare. Private sector, profit motive. Private sector is always focused on profit motive. Fourth one, the issue, right, related to this disinvestment policy is, please have a look at this, more of a philosophical argument. Whenever government will keep on selling the companies that they own, it is equal to the family selling family silver. It is equivalent to, it is akin to selling of family silver. And I hope you understand what is the meaning of selling of family silver, family jewels. Right? When do you think the family will start selling silver? You tell me. When do you think? Right, sir, very difficult. Imagine Hindi picture, old Hindi movies. Yesterday also we have discussed this. Right? When do you think the family will start selling family silver? Whenever there is a lot of distress. Lot of distress. Right? There is no outcome. There is no other option possible. There is a lot of distress in the finances, right? In that situation, the family will resort to selling of family silver, right? That is basically the comparison. So basically the opposition party says that government of India is selling the family jewels because there is a lot of distress in the finances of the government of India, right? These are some of the, let's say, concerns regarding the disinvestment policy of the government. Done. So on one side I've written pro and the other side I've written cons, right? So please be very careful. Questions can be asked. You will not expect question on this in prelims. Don't expect a question in the prelims here. Can it be asked in the mains? Critically evaluate the latest disinvestment policy of the government of India. Right? This is how you need to approach those kind of questions. Next, policy of national monetization pipeline. I'll discuss two aspects here, NMP and NIP. NMP and NIP. NMP and NIP. Right now, what is this NMP and NIP? Both are current affairs. Follow this carefully. National monetization pipeline. It's a policy that has been introduced by the government recently, wherein government of India will be leasing out assets. Government will be leasing out assets. Please understand the difference between disinvestment and monetization. In disinvestment, is government selling or leasing out? Let me know. In disinvestment, is government of India selling or leasing out? Government of India is selling. In monetization, government is not selling. Government is basically leasing it out. Let's say for 20 years, 30 years like this, government will give the asset on lease basis to private sector, which means for the lease period, the usage of the asset, the right to use the asset is with the private sector, but ownership always will remain with the government. Is my statement okay with all of you? In case of monetization, for the lease period, the right of usage of the asset, let's say this is a highway, this is a let's say ground, this is let's say a building, etc. So who will be using, who has the right to use the asset? Private sector. But who will have the ownership over the asset? Right? The ownership will always remain with the government. That is basically the concept of national monetization pipeline. Now, why is the government of India going for national monetization pipeline? The reason government says is, one, they require lot of money for development of infrastructure. Is there any problem with this? The government of India requires lot of money. They require a lot of money for development of infrastructure. So the government says one of the methods I'll be using to generate money, use it for infrastructure, will be by monetizing the asset. Point number two, government also says there are a lot of these assets. There are a lot of these assets which are either not utilized by me, or I'm utilizing, but it is underutilized. Right? I hope you understand this. I'll repeat it again. Right? The government of India says there are a lot of these assets which are developed by me, but I'm not able to utilize it, or I'm underutilizing it. So in these cases, government of India says rather than me underutilizing or not utilizing, I'll simply give away the asset to private sector for a certain time period, and I'll get the money from the private sector. I will get the money from the private sector. Citing these reasons, government of India has put forward the idea of a national monetization pipeline. Now, please have a look at the sectors which are covered under the NMP. The NMP as a concept will be implemented for 4 years, that is between financial year 22 to financial year 25. Financial year 22 to financial year 25. So for 4 financial years, NMP will be implemented. And government says in these 4 years, I'll be covering all these assets, and I'll be leasing out all of these assets. And the government says they expect the total asset value which will be monetized under NMP will be 6 lakh crore rupees. The total amount of assets which will be monetized under NMP, National Monetization Pipeline, will be 6 lakh crore rupees. 6 lakh crore rupees. Now, should you remember all of these numbers? Please don't waste your time. Just make an observation here. Railways anyways will be there, roadways will be there, and power sector will be there. The most important sectors which are covered under the National Monetization Pipeline is railways, roadways, and the power sector. Apart from that, many others are there. But can you remember all the 20 plus sectors which are covered under this? It's very difficult. Don't take it as a challenge. Please do not take it as a challenge and start by hearting. UPSC will not test you there. Right? So let's remember the top 3: railways, roads, and power. But total amount of money that we want to monetize, the value of the assets we want to monetize in 4 financial year, that is 21 to 25, that is basically the 6 lakh crore rupees. That is one more point. Now, how can you basically monetize it? There's a concept called as a PPP. Most probably tomorrow or day after tomorrow we'll pick it up. Don't worry today. There's a concept called as PPP, public-private partnership. There's a concept called as a public-private partnership. Under public-private partnership, there are different models where leasing out is allowed. There are different ways through which an asset can be leased out to a private sector. So government says, I'll be using PPP model. I'll be leasing out the asset to the private sector for a duration of 30 years. And I'll be generating certain amount of revenues from this model. Now, next very important point, there's a term called as a brownfield. Please remember this. There's a term called as brownfield. Now, what is the meaning of the term brownfield here? What is this idea of a brownfield? There are 2 terms, brownfield and greenfield. Very often you will come across this in the newspaper, in the investment, etc. Please remember this. One is a brownfield, second one is greenfield. What is the basic idea of a brownfield and greenfield? Whenever infrastructure is already there, I'll repeat it. Whenever infrastructure is already built, you are simply using the existing infrastructure. You are simply using the existing infrastructure. Such projects are called as brownfield projects. Second, greenfield projects, infrastructure is not there. You'll have to develop the infrastructure, that is, a construction of the infrastructure is done. These are called as greenfield infrastructure projects. For example, I'll give a very simple example. Imagine a road is already there. Government will allow you to collect a toll for the next 30 years. I'll repeat the example. You will have to answer to the question after this. Road is already there, constructed, already constructed. Government will ask you to collect a toll and give certain amount to the government. Tell me, is it a greenfield or a brownfield infrastructure? Is it greenfield or brownfield? All of you will agree it is brownfield. It is a brownfield. Example 2. Government will ask you to construct an airport. Right? Government will ask you to construct an airport, manage the airport for 30 years. Greenfield infrastructure. Any problem in understanding this? So greenfield, brownfield. Now, if Government of India will take, let's say, an airport which is already there, give it to a private sector company for lease 30 years. Road which is there, government will give it to private sector on lease for 30 years, etc. Can I simply say it is basically the idea of a brownfield project here? It is basically the idea of a brownfield project. So all the projects which will be covered under the national monetization pipeline will be brownfield projects. All of them will be brownfield projects. The private sector will not construct the project. The project is already there. They'll be managing the project. Now, let me go to the next one. What are the advantages? Why are we adopting this model? First one, I said whenever a particular project is unutilized or underutilized, Government of India will simply give it to private sector. Can I give you examples? How many of you seen certain land owned by the government? Certain land owned by the government, which they are not utilizing it. Let me know. How many of you have seen land owned by the government, but they don't have any use for it? Government has constructed a building, but nobody is using that particular space. So a lot of these infrastructure projects where Government of India spent a lot of money, precious taxpayer money, but this particular project is either underutilized or unutilized. So government says, let the private sector use it then. Let the private sector use it. And what is the advantage for me? I will get money. I will get money, right? And let the private sector utilize the infrastructure. So first, asset was not being utilized or underutilized. Now asset will be utilized by the private sector. So we are unlocking the value of the asset. Second, government by leasing out the asset will be able to generate a lot of revenues, which is an advantage for the Government of India because we require revenues. We require money for the development of infrastructure projects. Third, customers or consumers will be getting the benefit. Sir, how? How customers or consumers are getting the benefit? I'll take a very simple example. Let's say there is a railway station. Let's say there is a railway station. Or let's say there is a swimming pool which was earlier set up by the government. Just a simple example. Or even power generation, right, unit. Now, if the private sector will take over, right, and start operating a railway station or, right, a power generation unit, etc., you tell me, will the efficiency of the infrastructure project increase or not? Simple idea, right? If the private sector will take up, let's say, a railway station, will they not provide better services now? If the private sector will take up, right, let's say a power production unit, electricity production unit, will they not utilize the infrastructure project much more efficiently? Of course, yes, that is the whole objective here. Private sector will start utilizing the resources in a much better way, start providing better services. You and me as a customer, will we not get the benefit of this? Right? Will we not get the benefit of this? Right? Yes. So customers can get better access to quality of services, better quality goods now. If the model will work at the central level, then it can be emulated. Emulated means copied. If the model works very good at the center level, even the states will be allowed to copy the model and utilize it to generate their own revenues. So these are some of the advantages. These are some of the advantages. Having said so, are there any concerns related to this? Are there any problems related to this? Let's start. how to identify the value of the asset. The biggest problem is, let's take, right, let's say a project is there, a national highway, or let's say a power production unit, electricity generating unit, or a railway station, etc. How will you identify at what price you will give it away? That is, what will be the lease amount that you will collect? Right? Don't you think there will be a problem related to this? Sir, why problem? What if there is a corruption in the system? Again, I'm using the term what if. Before you start jumping and start accusing me, underline the term what if. A concern is that what methodology will be followed by the government to allocate the projects? What if we end up allocating all of these projects only to one company? Are we not moving towards a kind of a monopoly in the market then? So the concern is how the value of the asset will be identified, what process will be followed by the government to allocate these projects to private sector. Will it be allocated to only one company, two companies, three companies? Do the company, that is a private sector company, have sufficient expertise, experience or not, etc. Right? So how to identify the value and how the assets will be allocated, there is one concern. Second, what about the security of the workers? If private sector will take up the management, let's say will lease out this particular asset, don't you think the first thing that the private sector will look at is, right, the workers? Do we have more than required number of workers? If yes, let's remove them. Let's simply remove them. Right? So the argument is simple here. If private sector will take over the asset, some of the workers might be removed from the job. Right? Some of the workers might end up losing their job. Third one, if the private sector will take up this project, their expenditure in other projects would be affected. Does it make sense or not? Let me know. If the private sector, let's assume you are the private sector company, you had 100 crore rupees to invest in infrastructure. You wanted to invest 100 crore rupees in infrastructure. But rather than developing one infrastructure project, you took the 100 crore rupees and you, right, invested in the national monetization pipeline. Right? Don't you think your investment in other projects would be affected? I hope you understand. Any problem with this? Rather than investing in other projects, you invested in national monetization pipeline, which means now you will not have money to spend or invest in other infrastructure projects. So obviously the private sector investment would be affected in other infrastructure projects. Next, if the private sector will take up this project, like 30 years, 40 years like this, what about the cost of the services? Quality will improve, no doubt, right? They will provide better services. What about the cost of the product? What about the cost of the services? Don't you think private sector will increase the price of the services, which will have an impact on the consumers in the market? Because now we will have to shell out, pay out more money for it. And finally, after the 30-year duration is over, after the 30-year lease period is over, in what shape or form the asset will be returned to the government? Can I give you a parallel example here? Imagine you are owner of the house and you will give the house on rent to me. And after 5 years, I will hand over the keys to you. How many of you are under the impression that when I hand over the keys to you, the quality of the house will be very, very superior? Right? And I'm pretty sure all of you have experienced it. Right? Only thing is that you are on the other side of the equation. That is, rather than being the owner of the house, most of you would be the people who are handing over the keys. And have you seen in what shape or form you will be leaving the house after that? Right? The sink will be broken, the light will not be working, pankha, right? The fan will not be working, right? Nothing works in the house, etc. So the quality of the infrastructure project will be very, very inferior. Very, very inferior. Right? So that is also a concern. That is also a concern for the government. Right? So these are some of the issues related to national monetization pipeline. Right? So on one side, government is able to lease out the asset, generate money, use the money for different purposes. But having said so, there are also concerns related to this model used by the government. Now, I said one of the reasons why government of India is doing all of this is the idea of a national infrastructure pipeline. NIP, National Infrastructure Pipeline. What is this National Infrastructure Pipeline? Government of India will be implementing this particular pipeline for 5-year duration. That is from 2020 to 2025, 5 financial years. And now please have a look at this. The national monetization pipeline will also be implemented till 2025, right? So I hope you understand this. National monetization pipeline will also be implemented till 2025. National infrastructure pipeline will also be implemented till 25. Right, there is a statement. Some of you, after receiving the PPT, you'll be reading the PPT or glancing the PPT, you'll have a doubt here. What is the doubt? Please look at this statement. Please look at the statement at the top of the slide here. The NMP duration, National Monetization Pipeline duration, will be coterminous. Coterminous means it will also be implemented during the same tenure of National Infrastructure Pipeline. NIP started 1 year before NMP, but both of them will be ending in the same year. That is financial year 25. Right, 22 to 25 here, there 20 to 25. Okay, done. So this is one point, National Infrastructure Pipeline. Now I said under National Infrastructure Pipeline, Government of India has a target of developing a lot of infrastructure projects. As per economic survey, please remember this, the number of infrastructure projects which are covered under the NIP are more than 9,000. More than 9,000 infrastructure projects are covered under NIP. More than 9,000. And the amount of investment that will be done under this 9,000 plus projects will be more than 110 lakh crore rupees. Right? More than 110 lakh crore rupees. And when I say more than 110 lakh crore rupees, please observe it. All the investment will not be coming from Government of India. Some of the investment will come from the private sector, some will come from the government, and some will come from the states. As per the latest data given by the government, private sector will invest 21% of this investment. The central government will be investing 39%, and the state government will be investing 40% of this total amount. And as usual, please make an observation here. As usual, most of these important infrastructure projects are concentrated in 3 sectors. Right? I hope you understand. It makes easier your work, easier your life easier. Why same 3 sectors are covered under NMP? Same 3 sectors are covered even under the NIP. Right? And in fact, here if you just calculate, get the summation of it. 12 plus 18, 30, 30 plus 24, 54%. 54%, that is more than half of these infrastructure projects under NIP are under the same sectors: railways, road and power. Railways, road and power, more than 50% are covered, or more than 50% of the projects under this are under the same sectors. Done? Apart from this, what are the important points? Please have a look at the slide now. Under this, total amount of investment will be more than 111 lakh crore rupees. It is jointly being developed, or these projects will be jointly being developed by the private, government as well as the state government. The sectors such as railway, road, energy, etc. have a major share in the national infrastructure pipeline. And what are the objectives? Why are we implementing national infrastructure pipeline? By the way, before I go forward, anybody has a doubt regarding why we require infrastructure in India? Let me know. Because I'm discussing infrastructure so much, let me ask you a very simple question. Anybody here who says, sir, why do we require infrastructure? Why do we require infrastructure? My dear, about 2 people are saying, yes, sir, I have a doubt. Right? After 20 classes in economics, you should not have this doubt. Right? For promotion of GDP, for promotion of social welfare. Don't you think GDP and social welfare you'll be able to achieve only with infrastructure? So how GDP we can achieve with infrastructure? Ports, airports are the best example in current affairs. Expressway. Let me know. Expressway, that is Mumbai Delhi Expressway. right? Are we not achieving growth, or are we not contributing to the growth using this particular expressway? Right? It's, if you say no, sir, then it means you are not reading. Simple, you are not reading. Why? If you have read regarding the national expressway, I'm sorry, that Delhi Mumbai expressway, you will know that with the introduction of this expressway, once it is completed, time for transportation will come down. If the time for transportation will come down, automatically what will happen to the emissions? Emissions will come down. Consumption of fuel will come down. Many of the industries along the expressway will be connected with a very good transportation method now, etc. Cost of logistics will come down. Right? So you can achieve social welfare as well as you can achieve growth using the infrastructure. Right? So please look at what we're discussing in the classroom. You should not have these kind of doubts. Okay, so government has launched NIP. We want to achieve all of this. So what are the objectives? One, we want to develop world-class infrastructure. World-class infrastructure, right? Let's say ports, airports, national highways, etc. World-class infrastructure, we should have it. Capital expenditure is always associated with a multiplier effect. Higher capital expenditure, that is infrastructure investment, is always associated with multiplier effect. Earlier, I'm pretty sure I've told you the idea of a multiplier effect. That is, if you increase your investment by 1 rupee, if you increase your investment by 1 rupee, what is the total increase in the GDP? That is called as a multiplier effect. And always remember this, infrastructure investment or capital expenditure always has a very good multiplier effect. Generally in the range of 3 to 5 rupees, generally in the range of 3 to 5 rupees has a very good multiplier effect. It will attract a lot of investment, not only from the union government, but also from the state and also from the private sector. And finally, it will improve the quality of life for all the citizens. Sir, how? Tell me, if the expressway starts working between Mumbai and Delhi, will it not improve the quality of life for all of us? Those who are traveling on this, those who are going to travel on this expressway, they'll be consuming much more fuel, much more lesser fuel, as well as right, the time consumption will also be very less. Various industries will be connected. Supply of raw materials will become easier. Production and supply of goods to the various market will become easier. Right? So that's a basic idea. Again, I'm talking about one infrastructure project. Can we apply the same logic to, let's say, ports, airports, power sector, etc.? Right? So basically, it will ultimately improve the quality of life of all the citizens. So these are some of the objectives with which we have launched the concept of National Infrastructure Pipeline. So understand this again, NIP and NMP. Before you get confused, because later when you're reading, some of you will get confused, not all of you. NIP and NMP are not related to disinvestment. These are not a part of disinvestment. But because we are discussing sale of the government properties, right, the new disinvestment policy, etc., there itself I've connected a current affairs. One is NMP, second one is NIP, National Infrastructure Pipeline. Done? Now, let me go to the third pillar of industrial policy now. I hope remember what we are discussing. We started with the liberalization, then we shifted to privatization. Now we are left with globalization. That is the third pillar. Done? We started with the liberalization, then we shifted to privatization. Now we'll discuss the third pillar, that is globalization. Now, what do you mean by globalization? Globalization is defined as increase in the flow of goods, services, capital, people, ideas across international boundaries. Across international boundaries. That is, let's say, India and rest of the world. If I say there is a globalization taking place in India, what does it mean? The people in search of jobs are moving out of India, are moving into India. Goods and services are moving out of India, are moving into India. Investments are moving into India, outside India. Technology is moving into India and outside India. So whenever the movement of all of these will happen between one country and rest of the world, and over a period of time it becomes easy of the movement, or the ease of the movement increases, we'll simply use the term globalization. We'll simply say the country is moving towards globalization. Or else, in simple terms, have a look at this. It is basically integrating one country with the global market. I'll repeat it, right? I've used the term integration here. It basically means a process of integrating one economy with the rest of the world, right? The integration between one country with the rest of the world increases. So what do you mean by integration here? Right? You tell me, let me ask you a very simple question. Think of it and answer now. If government of India keeps on signing more and more FTAs, can we say that we are integrating Indian economy with the global economy? Think of it. If government of India keeps on signing more and more FTAs, exports more and more to the international market, is it not basically the idea of integration? Is it not the idea of integration only? Of course, yes. Right? So the idea of a globalization means what? It is the integration of one economy with the rest of the world. Right? More and more integration will happen. Movement of capital, movement of investment, movement of labor will keep on happening across the borders like this. Now, whenever you say globalization, generally you will observe this. You'll observe this. You will observe that there is a reduction in the trade barriers. The countries will start reducing trade barriers. Free flow of the technology will be allowed. Free flow of the capital will be allowed. Two types of capital, money and people. Money is nothing but financial capital. People is nothing but human capital. Right? A free movement of goods as well as services will also be allowed. More and more free movement allowed basically means we are integrating more. We are globalizing more. In the context of India, has government of India implemented various policies to promote globalization? Of course, yes. I've given you some examples. Please have a look at it. Government of India allows lot of foreign capital to flow into India. Do you remember that? We have allowed FIIs, foreign institutional investors, to come into India, invest in the Indian market. In fact, that was one of the very important reforms that we have discussed under liberalization. We also have allowed foreign companies, foreign direct investment to come in India, invest in the Indian market. Right? In the same way, can Indian investors invest in the US market? For example, can you invest in the USA market? Is it possible? Let me know. Right? This is basically a question that I'm asking you. We have discussed this, by the way. Are you allowed to invest in the USA market? Answer is yes. Do you remember the concept of liberalized remittances scheme? LRS, liberalized remittances scheme. Of course, yes. Right. So Indian investors are allowed to invest in the foreign market. Foreign investors are allowed to invest in the Indian market. And that is basically the idea of a globalization. Right. Exchange rate reforms have been implemented. Idea of exchange rate reforms. Right. Post 1993. I hope remember that. Post 1993, government has introduced the concept of market determined exchange rate. Market determined or managed floating exchange rate. And whenever a country follows a managed floating, or let's say floating exchange rate, don't you think that is an invitation for foreign investors? That is basically going to lead to efficient, let's say, determination of exchange rate because of supply and demand forces in the market. The controls which were imposed by the government over a period of time, Industrial Policy of 1956, Industrial Development and Regulation Act of 1951, etc. Many of these controls have been withdrawn by the government. Foreign banks are allowed to come into India. Foreign investments are allowed to come into India. Foreign companies are allowed to come into India. Right? So deregulation has been done by the government. Right? And as a result of this, you're seeing movement of capital into India, movement of technology into India, movement of labor into India, movement of goods and services into India. Right? So these are some of the methods, or let's say the reforms which were implemented by the government over a period of time to promote globalization. To promote globalization. Okay, now let's evaluate. Let's evaluate. Right? The idea of a globalization. What are the advantages? What are the concerns? Point by point. What are the advantages? What are the concerns? First one, whenever you talk about globalization, India will be able to get access to more markets, more goods and services, more labor availability. Any problem with the first one? Again, we have discussed the idea for FTA, PTA, etc. Just apply the same logic, you'll understand it. When government of India will implement policies to promote globalization, will it not be able to get access to more markets such as USA, UK, right? Sir, how do I understand it? I'll give you two examples. Let me know whether this will work out for you or not. On one side, I will write India. On the other side, I will write North Korea. You tell me, with the implementation of the policies of the government post 1991, has India been able to get access to more market or not? Problem solved? Right? Has India been able to get more access to more and more markets, export more, import more, attract more labor, etc., etc. Compare with North Korea, you will automatically understand. Higher investment and growth. Has it led to more and more investment in India? Of course, yes. Has it contributed to GDP growth rate? Of course, the answer is yes. Third one, it has also led to a lot of employment generation. It has led to a lot of employment generation. But before going forward, here is a technical point. Follow this carefully. I'm focused on this for a simple reason. When I'm discussing benefits, I've written the statement employment generation. And when I'm discussing issues or concerns, I've written loss of jobs. Some of you will say you're contradicting yourself. In one side, you are saying it will promote employment. On the bottom part of the slide, you are saying it will affect employment. Sir, you are wrong. You are contradicting. Absolutely no. Follow the point here. Investment will come from USA to India. Foreign companies. Investment will come from USA to India. Here, India will be referred to as, understand this? India will be referred to as host country. India will be referred to as a host country. USA will be referred to as home country. Any difficulty in understanding the term here? Investment is coming from USA to India. Can I give you one example? Call centers. Best example for this, call centers, customer service centers. Now tell me, is this example applicable or not? The company which is selling goods in USA, they will set up a call center in India. Now look at this. When they will set up a call center in India, I'll call India as a host country, USA as a home country. Now because they have set up a call center in India, will they set up one more call center in USA? I hope you understand this. I'll repeat it again. Because the USA company has set up a call center in India, will they set up a call center in USA now? It's not required. It's not required. Now can I simply say, based on this, employment in the home country will be affected. Employment in the home country will be affected and employment in the host country will be promoted. I hope you understand this. Right? Employment, right, in case of India, that is the host country, will be promoted, will be able to generate more jobs here. Whereas employment in the home country, that is USA, will be affected. Why will the company set up call centers everywhere? They will basically outsource all these calls to India now. Right? That is the reason. Please understand. Don't say, sir, contradictory. Absolutely no. Context is important. In the host country, investment will increase, employment will increase. In the home country, employment will be affected adversely. Next, increased standard of living. You tell me, in the last 2 decades, have you experienced it or not? The standard of living of India, has it increased or not? I hope you understand. The standard of living, has it increased or not? Answer is yes, by the way. Right? You should not have any doubt. Answer is yes, by the way. And it's very sequential. Sequential in the sense, follow this carefully. USA will invest in India, generate employment in India. And when people will get the jobs in India, their per capita incomes or their sources of income will increase. And when the income increases, what will happen to the standard of living or quality of living? Standard or quality of living automatically will go up. That is exactly what has happened in India. Next, access to technology as well as innovation will be very, very high. For example, you want to get, let's say, certain scanning machine in the healthcare sector compared to, let's say, North Korea, which is almost a closed economy. Don't you think in India, because we have deregulated, we do not have these kind of regulation, we can easily import them, right? Sir, any example of access to technology and innovation? 3G, 4G, the laptop or the mobile phones, etc. How many of you believe that mobile phone was developed in India? Let me see. How many of you believe that mobile phone technology was innovated in India? Absolutely no. Mobile phone. I'm not talking about 6G, 5G, etc. Mobile phone. In fact, in today's newspaper, there is one article, not in Hindu, Business Standard. There is one article, Arey Baba, I'm talking about mobile phone. Mobile phone, not telephone, mobile phone. Right? So, we have completed 50 years of mobile phones. From the innovation, 50 years of mobile phone is done. In Business Standard, there's an article in today's newspaper on this, right? So suddenly UPC can ask you that, please be very careful. So argument is simple. You'll be able to get access to a lot of technology, lot of innovation that will be developed in other countries because you're following the model of globalization. Now, what are the issues or concerns? If you're promoting globalization, advantages are there. Now, what are the concerns? Let's start with the first one. Foreign companies will come to India. Will they avoid taxes or not? Right, let me know. Foreign companies such as Apple, Facebook, right, etc. will come to India. Will they avoid taxes or not in India? Of course, yes. There is this problem always. The companies, that is multinational enterprises, will try to avoid taxes as much as possible. That will affect the tax revenues of the government. Which government? Let's say the host government, that is India. Second, exploitation of the workers. Will they exploit workers? Child labor? Let me know, yes or no. Have there been incidences of child labor? Right? Can I give you one example? You might simply say no because you have not seen it. Please type and check later. In Bangladesh textile sector, there is a lot of abuse of the labor. And you'll be surprised to see these companies which are getting the textile produced in Bangladesh, these are not very small companies. These are global companies. Have you heard of companies such as H&M? H&M, very, very, right, very, very well-known brand in the global market. Right, there is one more company, Gap. Lot of these multinational enterprises, textile companies, get their products outsourced, manufactured in countries such as Bangladesh. And there is always a concern. There is always a concern that the wages that are provided are not right the international standards. The facilities that are provided for working, such as let's say air coolers, right, the drinking water facility, etc., not meeting the standard. Abuse of the labor, child labor is also being used. All of this happens because we are following globalization. Companies will outsource manufacturing to other countries where there is a cheap labor available. Okay, exploitation of the workers, lot of exploitation of the workers. Concentration of wealth, increasing inequality. That's basically outcome of capitalism, and globalization is basically one of the outcomes of capitalism itself, right? So you are allowing foreign companies, private sector companies. So when private sector companies will come to a country, don't you think that's an application of capitalism? And whenever there's a capitalism, what will happen to income inequality, wealth inequality? Of course, it will widen. Next one, loss of jobs in the home countries. And finally, what is the impact on the environment? Lot of pollution will be caused, and the environmental degradation will be very, very high because of globalization. Done. So these are some of the benefits as well as the issues related to idea of globalization. Now we have covered all the three pillars, liberalization, privatization, and globalization. Okay, liberalization, privatization, and globalization. Right, so for 1950, 1948, 1951, 1956, and 1991. Sir, any other industrial policy that is relevant for UPSC? Make in India, Startup India, we'll discuss in some time. Okay, so let me start with the next concept now. MSME sector. MSME sector, right? The MSME basically stands for what? Micro, small and medium enterprises. MSME stands for micro, small and medium enterprises. Government of India passed an act, MSME Act. Under the act, Government of India classifies them into three categories, that is micro, small and medium. And I've discussed this yesterday. You should by heart this table. I'm only saying, please by heart this table. What is this table? It will give you the classification of micro, small and medium enterprises. And please remember this, right? The definition is applicable for both manufacturing as well as service sector. The definition is applicable for both manufacturing and service sector MSMEs. For both of them, same definition is applicable. Point number one. Point number two, for defining the manufacturing or service sector MSME, we will use two parameters. That is investment, and second one, the turnover. That is the amount of revenue or the sales revenue generated by the companies, or let's say the MSMEs. Right? How do you remember it? Simple. In case of micro, 1 and 5. 1 and 5. Micro, 1 and 5. That is investment and turnover. Up to 1 crore, up to 5 crore, respectively. What about small? Right? 10 and 50. 1 and 5, 10 and 50. Up to 10 crore rupees, up to 50 crore rupees. And finally, medium enterprises, 50 and 250. 50 and 250, that is 50 crore up to 250 crore rupees investment and up to 250 crore rupees annual turnover. Right? 1, 5, 10, 50, 50 and 250. Simply by heart these numbers. Questions can be asked in the prelims. Right? And remember, it is investment and turnover. Investment, turnover. Right? So this is the definition of MSME. Now, why MSMEs are needed? Why MSMEs are so important? Right? Why MSMEs, right, are important? Let's start. One, they generate lot of jobs. In case of India, MSMEs account for lot of jobs. Lot of jobs. How much? As per the data given by the government, and again, please do not by heart the data, because from 1 year to next year, I hope you understand the problem. The number of MSMEs will change. The data will also keep on changing. So what I will recommend is, whatever data I've given, it is from economic survey. You don't by heart this data. You take up the data which will be given. If you're writing next year, take it from next year's economic survey, because that will be updated data. So as per economic survey, in case of India, there are more than 6 crore MSMEs. I repeat, as per economic survey, in India, there are more than 6 crore MSMEs. And the total number of jobs that they have, right, generated, total number of jobs that they account for are more than 11 crore employment. Right? So more than 6 crore MSMEs are there. Total number of employees are more than 11 crore. That's point number one. In fact, if you look at the number of employees, the economic survey says after agriculture sector, it is the MSME sector which accounts for very high number of jobs in India. That is number of people who are working after agriculture sector. It is the MSME where large number of people are working. So first importance, number of people working plus number of MSMEs. Second importance, MSMEs will produce goods as well as services. Any problem with this? MSMEs will produce goods as well as services. So when they produce goods and services, they will contribute to manufacturing in India. They will contribute to manufacturing in India. They will contribute to growth of Indian economy, and they will also export these goods and services. They will contribute to manufacturing in India. They'll contribute to growth of Indian economy, and they'll also contribute to exports from the Indian economy. Right? So it will account for 40% of the total exports. It accounts for around 29% of contribution to GDP. It accounts for around 45% of the total manufacturing output. These are some of the reasons why MSME sector, that is micro, small and medium enterprises, are so relevant, so important for the Indian economy. Right? This is the importance. Now, what are the concerns? What are the issues? Now, let me start with the first concern. Again, I'll go back to the yesterday's discussion. I'd given you one basic idea here. I'd asked you, how many of you seen the advertisements which are played during IPL match about Piramal Finance? Let me know. How many of you seen the ads which are run by Piramal Finance? There are two types of ads. If you have not seen it, don't worry. Don't panic. Absolutely no concern. Right? It's not going to be asked. Right? Basically, there is one ad where a shopkeeper is there, a person is repairing something, and a person from Piramal Finance will come, and this person who is repairing will tell the other person, sir, I don't have any document, kagaz nahi hai. Right? The punchline is very nice. Kagaz nahi hai. Right? So I don't have any document. Right? I don't have any proof. So you will not give me loan. I know that. Don't tell me that now. And the person who is representing Piramal Finance very nicely says, sir, don't worry. We have found that even if you have borrowed 1 lakh rupees or 10 lakh rupees, you have always repaid it. We have come to know. We have come to know that you are a very good borrower. Right? So don't worry. I will give you loan. And right, basically a background score will come or background sound will come. हम कागज नहीं देखते, हम नियत देखते हैं. Again, don't fall for it. Please do not fall for it. Argument is simple, right? If you have seen that, argument is simple. Don't fall for that. What is the argument? Argument is, if you want to take a loan, you should have documents. All of you will agree with me? If you want to take a loan, right, you should have proper documents. Now tell me, there is a micro enterprise. Sir, any example of a micro enterprise? Neighborhood shops? All of you have been to a shop or not? You have been to a shop to purchase, right? Let's say tea powder, milk, etc. Those are nothing but example of micro enterprises. Right? Those are nothing but example of micro enterprises, by the way. Now, right, you tell me, and I know all of you have been to a shop. You tell me, right, do you think that shopkeeper has all the documents? Let me know. Right? Do you think that particular shopkeeper has all the documents? That is, he is paying income tax returns. He has a registration document. He has audited accounts, etc., etc. The answer is simply no. You might argue 100 times with me. Answer is simply no. That is the idea of micro, small and medium enterprises who want to take a loan from the bank. Facility is there. They want to take a loan from the bank. The problem is that they do not have all the documentation. They do not have audited accounts. In that situation, do you think the bank manager will give a loan to them? Don't say, sir, Piramal Finance. I'll come to that also. Have patience. Right? Imagine you are the bank manager. I'm owner of a micro enterprise. Let's say a puncture shop. Right? Let's say I'm running a utility or let's say a provision store. I will come to you and I'll say, sir, can you give me a loan of 1 lakh rupees? You're the manager now. Right? You are at a commanding position. You have the leverage. You'll ask me, where is the document? Show me your IT returns. Show me audited account. Show me how much revenue generated last year. And I'll simply say, sir, I don't have all those documents. Then he'll say, sir, dhanyavad. Please, right, keep visiting the bank. To deposit money, keep visiting the bank. But for loan, sorry, I will not give you loan. Right? And they have a logical argument for that. You cannot fault the bank. You cannot simply say, sir, so much cruelty. Absolutely no. The bank has its own constraints. If the bank provides loans to these borrowers, what if they default on it? Then CBI will come raid on the manager's house. So the argument is simple. There is a constraint about access to institutional credit. Underline the term institutional credit. There is always a constraint, right? There is always a problem for the MSMEs. They will not be able to get access to institutional credit. So one, credit related problem. Credit related problem. Demand for the credit is very high. MSMEs want money. Because first and foremost, these are very, very small entities. They require a lot of assistance. So they need money. But because of, right, have a look at this, informal nature, not being registered with the government, no proper documentation, etc., etc., they'll find it very, very difficult to get access to institutional credit. And even if they have all of it, they may not have collateral now. They may simply not have any kind of a collateral. In that particular case, again, the problem of getting institutional loan. So first problem is institutional credit. Second problem, the disruption that will be caused in the economy. I'll ask you a very simple question. Imagine here is a shopkeeper. Imagine here is a shopkeeper, right? That is on one side in the economy, and the other side, there is Tata company. Now tell me a very simple question to all of you. Between the Tata company and a shopkeeper, who do you think can, right, basically withstand pandemic? Withstand in the sense, problem will be created in the economy because of the pandemic. Who is more protected from the pandemic in these two examples? All of you will agree Tata company. Any problem in this? And again, I'm not targeting Tata company. Don't think of that. I'm not targeting Tata company. Argument is simple here. If there is a disruption in the economy, if there is a problem in the economy, larger companies can withstand the disruption. They can basically take care of themselves. These will not shut down immediately. But what about MSME sector? What about very, very small manufacturers like this? They will find it very difficult to withstand the problem or the pandemic created disruption in the economy. And large number of them, they will not be able to produce now. They will not be able to generate revenue. They will be shut down. Right? So disruption in the economy will affect the MSMEs much more disproportionately in a higher way. Right? So second problem related to MSME sector is, right, the pandemic, or let's say the disruption that is being caused. Third one, delayed payments. The issue of delayed payments. Now, what is this idea for delayed payments? I hope remember this. I given you one example earlier. That is, let's say there is company B. Company B will purchase raw material from company A. And I told you this, generally company B will take, let's say, 45 days to 60 days to make the payment for the raw materials. Do you remember this? I've given you the example earlier also. Right? Imagine I'm company A, you are company B. I will supply raw material to you. You will not make the payment immediately. Trust me on this. You are not there in business, so you might not know this. Right? It is generally how the economy will perform, or no, let's say function. I will sell you the raw materials today. Immediately, you will not make the payment. You will wait for 45 days. You will wait for 60 days. Then make a payment to me. Now, right, you are manufacturing good. You are selling this in the market. You are generating revenue. You are selling this particular product in the market. You are generating revenue. Now, you tell me, because of the pandemic, has it not affected your revenue? Your company B now. Your company B, because of the pandemic, will it affect your revenues or not? Because of lockdown was there, because restriction on the movement, etc., etc., will it have an impact on how much revenue you are going to generate? Of course, yes. It will have a huge impact. Your revenues will come down. Now, if your revenues will come down, will you make a payment after 60 days to me? Think of this. During normal times, you said, sir, give me 60 days, I will give you money. But because of the pandemic now, your revenues have come down, you have been affected. Will you make a payment in 60 days to me? No. Now you'll simply say, I want 90 days. I want 90 days to make a payment. I want 120 days to make the payment. Now let's say you have increased it from 60 days to 90 days, which means you will give me the 2 lakh rupees. That's the cost of the raw material, but not after 2 months, after 3 months. This will put more pressure on my finances. Right? This will basically put more pressure on my finances, because now I will have to manage extra 30 days without getting that 2 lakh rupees. Right? So delayed payments has become a problem for micro, small and medium enterprises. Working of these entities will be affected. Working of the entities will be affected because of the delayed payments, and the delayed payments is because of the impact of the pandemic. Okay. Next, lack of supporting infrastructure. Lack of supporting infrastructure. For example, you're a micro enterprise, you have produced a good. First and foremost, you are not very competitive compared to a large company. You have produced a good. Now add cost of logistics to that. Add cost of transportation, cost of warehousing, which is higher in case of India. Don't you think further your competitiveness will come down in the market? Further, your competitiveness in the market will come down. In fact, when I take up road, ports and power, we'll discuss all the three. Don't worry. There's a chapter called as infrastructure. We'll discuss roads also, ports also, as well as power also. And while discussing all of them, I will tell you what are the issues related to every one of the infrastructure in India. You will realize that, okay, there is a problem related to infrastructure in India. Okay, so lack of supporting infrastructure. And finally, right, one more issue, the NPAs, non-performing assets. Right, the MSMEs have taken a lot of loans, and because of the pandemic, because of delayed payments, because of lack of access to, right, let's say the markets, etc., the NPAs in the MSME sector has increased. NPAs in the MSMEs are higher. That is also a concern related to the MSME sector. Any problem in any one of them? Let me know. Any problem? Right, because we'll take a break now. Because I'll start reforms. Reforms will take time. By the time I finish the reform, it will be more than 8:10, 8:15. So that's the reason. Any issues so far? Let me know. If you have got any questions related to whatever we have discussed so far, I'll address it. Then we'll take the break. Any issues? Any concerns? Any issues? Will the interest be given to A in this example? Absolutely no. Interest will not be given to A. No interest is paid. And by the way, we have discussed this I hope you remember this. We have discussed the concept of threats or not. Let me know. Commercial bills, concept of threats, etc. Did we discuss this? And I'll tell you the context also. Right? The context is, sir, where you have discussed, don't lie to me. We have discussed this in the context of a financial market. Please go back to the financial market PPT and have a look at it. You will realize it. Right? No interest is paid. That is not how the system will work. Okay. Recapitalization bonds. Recapitalization bonds, I'll tell you. Have a look at this. Recapitalization bonds means government will issue this bond to the bank. Again, to the bank. The bank will give the money to government of India, because government will give you bond means what? In return, government should get money. Now, what will the government do with that money? Government will take that money, put it in the form of a capital. Put it in the form of capital in the banks. Which banks? Let me know. How many of you think that government will infuse capital in private sector bank? Let me know. How many of you think that, right, the government of India will invest capital in a private sector bank? Does it work out? No, in the public sector bank. So government will issue bonds, recapitalization bonds, collect money, infuse this capital into public sector banks. Right? So the public sector banks will have more capital now. Their balance sheet will be much more improved. That is basically the concept of recapitalization bonds. Okay. Sir, what if question related to privatization is asked in interview? What question? It all depends on what question. Okay. Sir, there are 6 crore MSMEs, but only 11 crore employment. The number of employees is much more lesser than the number of MSMEs. No, my dear, please look at your calculating in a wrong way. 6 crore MSMEs are there, 11 crore employees. On an average, per MSME, 2 employees are there. 2 employees are there. Okay. Third point, first, second, and third, delayed payment. Because of the pandemic, I'll repeat it. Because of the pandemic, in fact, I gave you the example also. This is the reason I generally start with examples. Imagine I've supplied certain raw material to you. Earlier, you said you will give the payment in 60 days. But because of the pandemic, your revenues have come down. Now you will simply say, sir, you give me the raw material, but I will not give you the amount in 60. I will want, or I demand that the credit cycle should be 90 days. Credit cycle should be 120 days, which means for MSME, now they will have to wait for 90 days or 120 days rather than 60 days to get access to their money, to get their money back, which is going to put a lot of pressure on the working capital of MSMEs. Okay, any other question? Sir, in true effect, no capital increase in the bank because the money come in them in the form of cash. My dear, that's the reason I gave you calculation there. You had 200 rupees to begin with. Please look at the picture. You had 200 rupees to begin with. Cash was there, but that is part of the capital. Now, at the end of the whole process, in recapitalization bond, you will have a 200 rupee cash plus 100 rupee bond. That is basically the total capital that is there with the bank would have increased from 200 to 300 rupees. Okay, that is basically the how government will infuse capital in case of the public sector banks. Why the term pipeline? Pipeline simply means continuous, right? Pipeline means what? One after the other. Right? There is this the idea. I will say projects are in pipeline. Projects are in pipeline means what? In the future, all of them will be taken up. Right? Because it is done continuously like this, they use the term pipeline. Don't get hung up on these kind of terms. Right? Not relevant for UPSC. Don't worry about it. Okay, done. What kind of assets will be leased out in NMP? Did I not give you examples? Did I not give you examples? Railway station, stadium, electricity generation plants, etc. And the whole sector, list of the sectors is given in the slide itself. Please go through that. Okay, done. Let's take a break now. Let's take a break. I'll start at 7:57. I'll start at 7:57 a.m. Take a break now. Okay, let's start. Am I audible? Am I audible? Let me know if I'm audible to you. Okay, let's start now. Now, what are the reforms which have been implemented to promote MSME sector? What kind of reforms? First one, Mudra Yojana. Mudra basically stands for Micro Units Development and Refinancing Agency. I'll repeat it. Mudra stands for Micro Units Development and Refinancing Agency. So Mudra Yojana has been launched by Government of India, and there is one authority, or there is one bank, SIDBI Bank. Under SIDBI Bank, this amount of Mudra Yojana has been kept, which means it will be SIDBI which will be responsible for the implementation of Mudra Yojana. Now, what will happen under a Mudra Yojana? The loans will be provided. Loans will be provided, right, of a value up to 10 lakh rupees. Loans will be provided of value up to 10 lakh. And there are three types of products which are available within Mudra Yojana. One is called as a Shishu, second one is Kishore, and the third one is Tarun. Shishu, Kishore, and Tarun. The value of loan that is given under Shishu will be up to 50,000 rupees. Value of loan given for Kishore product will be more than 50,000 up to 5 lakh rupees. And under Tarun product, more than 5 lakh rupees up to 10 lakh rupees will be provided in the form of loan. Right, so point number one, Mudra stands for Micro Units Development and Refinancing Agency. Point number two, under this, loans up to 10 lakh rupees will be provided. And when I say loans up to 10 lakh rupees, there are three type of loan product: Shishu, Kishore, and Tarun. Up to 50, up to 5, and up to 10 lakh rupees respectively. Point number three, which is the bank which is responsible for providing an implementation of a Mudra Yojana? It is a SIDBI Bank. Refinancing. What is the meaning of refinancing? Understand this carefully. Here is a bank will provide a loan to you. Let's say Shishu loan. You are a micro enterprise, you will take a Shishu loan. But this amount will be refinanced. So refinance means given to it through SIDBI. So it is SIDBI which is responsible for the implementation of Mudra Yojana. So loans up to 10 lakh rupees will be provided, and more importantly, these are collateral free. Remember the term here. More importantly, these are collateral free. What do you mean by collateral free? No collateral has to be provided if you want to get this loan. It is absolutely collateral free. Next, for whom we are going to provide these loans? Non-corporate, non-farmer, small and micro enterprises. Non-corporate, non-farmer, small and micro enterprises, right? That is in simple terms SMEs. Small and micro enterprises, right, will be able to get access to Mudra Yojana loans. And these loans are given by commercial banks, are given by regional rural banks, are given in small finance bank, NBFCs, etc. And the three products are these. So one reform, in order to ensure credit availability for micro and small enterprises, we have Mudra Yojana. Let me go to point number two, reforms. Second reform, 59-minute loan portal. 59-minute loan portal. Now, without explaining, if I tell you there is a portal by the name of 59-minute loan portal, most of your minds will say that in 59 minutes, loans are given. I'm pretty sure. If I simply tell you there's a portal by the name of 59 minutes loan portal, most of you end up believing that in 59 minutes, loans are given. Absolutely no. Right? Please be very careful. Absolutely no. What is this 59-minute loan portal? There is a portal by the name of PSB Loans in 59 minutes. PSB Loans in 59 minutes. Right? PSB Loans in 59 minutes.com. Now, in the PSB Loans portal, many of the banks are registered. Point number one, many of the banks are registered. Now, you also want to take a loan. You are owning, let's say, a micro enterprise. You also want to take a loan. So what you can do? You can log on to, that is, of course, when you say log on to means you are registering and then logging on to this website or a portal. Now, let's say SBI, Canara Bank, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Many banks are listed. You will choose in which bank you want to apply for the loan. Right? I hope you understand. You will choose as a loan applicant, you will choose in which of the banks you want to apply for the loan. And you will apply for the loan. Preliminary approval is provided in 59 minutes. That is, either the bank is saying, okay, we will accept your application, or we will reject your application in 59 minutes. They are not giving you loan in 59 minutes. Nobody will give you loan in 59 minutes unless you have watched Hindi movies where money lenders will give you that. Right? Because let's say you go to a bank, you will apply for a loan. Right? Do you think the bank manager is sitting with cash in the suitcase? He will throw the suitcase at you in 59 minutes? Absolutely no. So the bank in 59 minutes either will accept or reject your application. Right? The loan will not be processed in 59 minutes. Right? That's the reason this portal is referred to as a 59-minute loan portal. Right? In principle approval either will be provided, right, for the loans or rejected in 59 minutes. Point number 2, borrower, that is you are applying for a loan. Multiple banks are there. Based on your requirement, you will apply for the loan from a particular bank. Borrower chooses the bank. Right? Have a look at this. Borrower chooses the lender. Value of loans for which you can apply through this portal starts from 1 lakh rupees and goes up to 5 crore rupees. The value of loan will start from 1 lakh, lowest value 1 lakh, highest value 5 crore. Then there is one more reform here. Platform has been integrated with credit guaranteed trust and credit guaranteed trust for micro and small enterprises. Sir, what is the CGT MSE? What is the long form of this? Please have a look at this. Please have a look at this. CGT MSE. Credit Guarantee Trust for Micro and Small Enterprises. What is this Credit Guarantee Trust for Micro and Small Enterprises? Let me explain. Follow the explanation. Here is a bank. Let's say you are the bank. I own a micro enterprise. I will come to you and I want to take a loan from you. I want to take a loan from you. Let's say, right, 20 lakh rupees. How many of you will be comfortable in giving a loan to a micro enterprise? Think of it and answer to me. How many of you as managers, you will feel comfortable, right? Absolute sense of security in giving loan to a micro enterprise. For that matter, medium enterprises, small enterprises, are they not more vulnerable to the economy? If even something happens in the economy, MSMEs are very much vulnerable. So you're taking a higher risk by giving loans to these kind of borrowers. So now, right, as much as possible, you want to stay away from these kind of borrowers. Right? But that will affect the right offtake of credit. It will affect investment in the MSME sector. So what Government of India simply says is, you provide a loan, you give a loan, don't worry, you give a loan. If you are unable to recover the loan, if the borrower defaults and you are unable to recover the loan, certain percentage of this debt will be provided to you in the form of guarantee. CGT MSE. Certain percentage of this will be guaranteed to you in the form of a credit guarantee trust for micro and small enterprises. So what do you mean by this? I will take simple calculation, but please be very careful. This is not how the calculation is done. And you do not have to by heart calculation. UPSC will never ask you this. So focus here. Imagine bank has given a loan of let's say 20 lakh rupees. 20 lakh rupees and assume nothing has been given back. And let's say 85% of this loan is guaranteed under this scheme. Let's say 85% of this loan is guaranteed under the scheme. What does it mean? The bank is supposed to collect back 20 lakh rupees. Nothing it has collected. 85% of this amount will be provided to the bank from the fund here. Is it okay? 85% of it, 85%. That is again 17 lakh rupees, not 17 lakh crore, 17 lakh rupees will be provided from the fund to the bank, right? So this is basically the concept of credit guarantee trust for micro and small enterprises. Has been set up by the government, and a SIDBI, right, is basically the authority which is implementing this fund for micro and small enterprises. Under this, credit guarantees are provided in the range of 75% to 85% of the loans. Right, which means if the banks are unable to collect back the amount, certain percentage will be guaranteed by the fund. This is called as a credit guarantee trust for micro and small enterprises. So the loans which are given through PSB loans portal, 59-minute loan portal, these are automatically covered under CGT EMSE, credit guarantee trust for micro and small enterprises. Next one, public procurement policy. PPP, public procurement policy. Now, what is this public procurement policy? Imagine there is a ministry. Ministry is developing an infrastructure project. Can I take a very simple example? Let's say they are setting up an office. Simple example, right? And you can have multiple examples like this. They are setting up a new office. Now, because they are setting up a new office, will they require chairs? Yes or no? Will they require chairs? Will they require fans? Will they require, let's say, table? Will they require, let's say, water coolers, etc.? So basically understand this. The government of India, that is the ministries of government of India or companies owned by government of India, annually will procure something from the market. Correct? Annually will procure something from the market. But when they procure from the market, 25% of the procurement, 25% of the procurement, they will have to do it from micro and small enterprises. I'll repeat it. 25% of the procurement annually done by the ministry, department, or the companies owned by the government, they will have to procure it. 25% of it, they will have to procure it from the micro and small enterprises. What is the objective here? Objective is to ensure there is a buyer for these commodities in the market. If nobody else is there, at least government will purchase these products from the micro and small enterprises on annual basis. That is a public procurement policy. In fact, out of this 25%, there is certain reservation. Out of this 25%, certain percentage will be procured if the MSCs are owned by women entrepreneurs. Certain percentage procurement has to happen from SC/ST owned entrepreneurs. Right? So certain reservation norms are also applicable for public procurement policy. Next, concept of TREDS system. Idea of a TREDS system, that is a trade receivable e-discounting system, which we have already discussed in the financial market. Now let me know, if there is a TREDS system, will it not facilitate working capital availability for MSME sector? I'll repeat it. Will it not facilitate availability of working capital? Right? Will it not ensure that working capital is available against bills, against receivables for the MSME sector? So one more very important reform, trade receivables e-discounting system. Okay. Next one, taxation reforms. The corporate tax rate has been reduced to 25%. Earlier it was 30%. It has been reduced to 25%. Right? Again, 25% is effective tax rate. So 25%, that is also a reform, because now the MSMEs are paying lesser amount of taxes to government. Next one is priority sector lending. PSL, priority sector lending. Right? Under priority sector lending, I hope remember this. One of the sector that is covered is MSME sector. Micro, small and medium enterprises, it is one of the sectors that is covered under priority sector lending. Loans are given to MSMEs. And finally, pre-pack insolvency resolution, PIRP. Pre-pack insolvency resolution, PIRP. Very new type of a concept. Let me explain it. It has not been very successful as of now. Not been very successful as of now. I'll come to that also. Understand what you mean by pre-pack insolvency resolution process. Now, all of you remember corporate insolvency resolution process? Let me know. Do you remember corporate insolvency resolution process, CIRP? Corporate insolvency resolution process. What happens in a corporate insolvency resolution process? In CIRP, let's say the lender will go to NCLT, file an application against the borrower. Right? File an application against the borrower. Now, committee of creditors will be appointed. The company will be sold or liquidated. Sold or liquidated. And the whole process will be conducted in 330 days. Now, this is exactly what happens in corporate insolvency resolution process. Now, point number one, and this is a question to all of you. How many of you think there is a very high demand for MSME units in the market? That is, you want to sell these MSME units. There are a lot of buyers waiting in line to purchase MSMEs. I do think that's a situation. And again, you don't have to be an expert in this. You do not have to be an expert in understanding this. Right? Do you think MSMEs, there are a lot of buyers for MSMEs? Answer is no. Generally, you will not find buyers for MSMEs. Why? Larger companies are not interested in micro enterprises. Right? Some of you will simply say, sir, what if Tata wants to purchase? You tell me, a company which is worth billions, will they be interested in buying out one more enterprise where investment is 1 crore rupees? Think of it. Does it make sense to you? Right? Obviously, bigger companies are not interested. What about smaller companies then? What about our other micro enterprises, etc.? There itself, their investment limit is 1 crore rupees, 5 crore rupees, 50 crore rupees. They are already struggling with that investment limit. Do you think they want to purchase other companies now? So argument is simple. Again, argument is simple. You have taken a loan. Let's say there is a micro enterprise which has taken the loan from a bank. Now, for whatever reason, the bank is unable to recollect the loan. It has become NPA, non-performing asset. So what the bank will do now? They would simply go to NCLT, file an application. Same process, they will file an application. Now, you want to sell it off in the market. You want to sell off this micro enterprise in the market. Are there buyers for it? Generally, you will not find buyers for it. So you will not be able to sell in most of the situations. Now, if you are unable to sell in most of the situation, what is the next alternative left out? You will have to close it. You will have to liquidate it. Now, don't you think that's a problem? Think of it. Don't you think that's a problem? That is, the objective of Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code is not destruction of the capital. Right? We have discussed all of it. Objective of IBC is not destruction of the capital, rather it is preservation of the capital. But in most of the cases in micro, small and medium enterprises, you will end up liquidating them. You will end up destroying the capital in the market. So that is the reason what Government of India has done is, rather than taking the MSMEs through this process, corporate insolvency resolution process, they have proposed and implemented a new process which is called as, right, the concept of pre-pack insolvency resolution process, PIRP. Pre-pack insolvency resolution process. What happens in a pre-pack insolvency resolution process? Follow this carefully. Imagine I am the owner of the micro enterprise. You are the bank. You are a creditor. I am a debtor. I am a borrower. I have defaulted on this. I have defaulted on the loan that I have taken from you. So rather than dragging me to NCLT, rather than taking me to NCLT, now both of us, right, that is the company as well as the creditor, both of us can enter into an agreement. Right, have a look at this. Rather than you dragging me to NCLT and ending up liquidating, you can enter into an agreement with me. That is a resolution agreement can be signed between the owner of the company, that is me, and the creditor. That's the reason. Look at the name here. Please look at the name. Pre-pack. Pre-pack insolvency resolution. We are not taking this micro enterprise to the NCLT and conducting the process. No. First and foremost, the creditor and the borrower will discuss with themselves, enter into a resolution plan. Right? Come out with a resolution plan. That is how can we address this repayment. A resolution plan will be prepared. Now, this resolution plan will be proposed to NCLT. This resolution plan will be proposed to NCLT. Once the NCLT approves, the plan will be implemented. The plan will be implemented, and the time period that has been provided for pre-packaged insolvency resolution process is 120 days. The time period that has been given by the government under PIRP is 120 days. Whereas in CIRP, what is the number of days? In CIRP, the number of days that has been provided is 330 days. So PIRP 120 days, CIRP 330 days. That's the first very important difference. Second, in case of CIRP, any company can be undertaken or any company can be dragged under CIRP. Whereas in case of PIRP, as of now, it is reserved only for MSMEs. It is reserved only for MSMEs. And the reason, please understand, I've told this multiple times, I've told now, again I'll repeat it. There is a danger that most of the MSMEs, if they are dragged under CIRP, will get liquidated. Will get liquidated. We do not want liquidation to happen. We want preservation. Now, can I simply say, in case of the PIRP, there is a preservation of the capital? Let me know. In case of the PIRP, there is a preservation of the capital. There is no destruction. There is preservation. Company will continue to operate. Ownership will not be lost. Company will not be closed. That is a good outcome. That is basically the idea of a PIRP, right? Pre-packaged insolvency resolution process. Again, don't get into details of it, because if you get into details of it, you will come across a concept called as a Swiss challenge model. You'll come across a concept called as Swiss challenge model. That is, whenever the insolvency resolution is done, if I'm the borrower, both of us will come to an agreement. I will make a payment of this much. Right? Let's say outstanding amount is 1 crore rupees. I'll make a payment of 50 lakh rupees. Right? Let's close the account, etc., etc. This is how the negotiations are conducted. But please understand this. There is also a proposal of Swiss challenge within this. There is also a possibility of Swiss challenge. I'll discuss the basic idea of a Swiss challenge later. Please don't worry. I'll discuss it later. Please do not worry. There is a proposal of Swiss challenge even in the PIRP. Now, on the face of it, looking at the process, you feel, okay, this is so easy. It is so efficient compared to CIRP, right? There we will end up liquidating. Here we will not end up liquidating. There 330 days, here 120 days. It is much better. Please look at the data. It's been more than 1 year. It's been more than 1 year since the implementation of PIRP. It's been more than 1 year. And you'll be surprised to know, as of now, only 2 cases have been completed under PIRP. Only 2 cases have been taken up under PIRP so far. Only 2 cases. I'll tell you why. Imagine you're the manager. I am the company. I'm the owner of the micro enterprise. Both of us are very good friends. Right? Assume. Right? I know most of you will look at me like an enemy, but assume. Both of us are good friends. And we have come to a negotiation. We have come to an understanding under PIRP. And imagine the outstanding amount was 1 crore rupees. We arrived at an agreement of 30 lakh rupees. I'll pay you 30 lakh and you simply wipe off the issue of NPA. I will continue to own my account, right? I'll continue to own my company. You will get certain amount of recovery. Now, what is the guarantee that in the future, this transaction will not be investigated? Let me know. What is the guarantee that in the future, this transaction between us will not be investigated? And what is a guarantee that one fine day, CBI officials will come to your home, somewhere midnight at 2 o'clock, knock on your home, and you will open, they will simply pick you up, put you in the jeep, and take you away, lodge you in the jail? Possible? Possible or not? Of course, yes, possible. Now you tell me, you are the manager. Will you entertain PIRP? Keep yourself in the shoes of the manager. Will you entertain resolution through PIRP? Right? Although the process is simple, although the recovery can be done in 120 days, etc., will you entertain PIRP? You will absolutely say no, sir. Right? Absolutely no. I'm worried what will happen in the future. I'm worried in the future somebody may start investigation against it. I'm worried the bank might simply make me the fall guy. The bank will simply say, yes, right, there was a corruption because of this, etc., etc. That is the precise reason there's a very, very poor reception for PIRP. Very, very poor reception. Hardly 2 cases have been completed under PIRP in the last 1 year. In the last 1 year, hardly 2 cases. Right? That's the reason Government of India was expected to do something regarding promotion of PIRP in the budget, but nothing has been done by the government so far. So this is one more reform which has been implemented by the government, in order to promote the reforms in the MSME sector. So done. So MSME, whatever we have discussed are important. Please be very careful. What is MSME? Definition. Why MSMEs are important? What are the concerns related to MSME? And finally, what are the reforms related to MSME? Let me go to the next concept now. Index of industrial production. I'll discuss 2 indices now. One is index of industrial production. Second one is index of 8 core industries. And if you are an ardent reader of Hindu newspaper, if you read newspaper every day, every month at least once, IIP data will be given and ICI data will be given in the newspaper. And every month, without fail, it's a ritual. What is the IIP for last month? Data is published. What is the ICI data for last month? Right, the data is published. Let's understand what is IIP, what is ICI. IIP stands for Index of Industrial Production. Now let me start with an example. You are the RBI governor. You are the RBI governor. And in the coming days, you want to decide whether should you increase the interest rate, should you decrease interest rate, or should you maintain the interest rates. And by the way, you should understand why I'm taking the example of RBI governor. Because in the next couple of days, RBI's monetary policy will be announced. Right? Please have a look at it. So now, don't you think you should have certain data to decide, should you stop the hike in the interest rate? Should you maintain the interest rate? Should you reduce the interest rate? You should have certain data. Yes or no? You should have certain data. Now, one of the data points that policymakers use is what has happened to industrial production. What has happened to industrial production in the last couple of months? Has the industrial production increased? Has the industrial production decreased? That is a good indicator. For example, what if you are the RBI governor and you realize industrial production in the last 3 months has kept on contracting. Contracting means what? It has kept on falling. You tell me what will be your decision in terms of interest rate? I'll repeat the statement, right? And participate. Only then you will understand all of this. You are the RBI governor. You are supposed to decide, should you increase interest rate? Should you reduce the interest rate? Now you look at the industrial output in the last 3 months. It has constantly kept on falling, contracting. What will you do with your interest rate? If you increase interest rate, further decline will happen. You will have to reduce, you will have to decrease the interest rate. So don't you think for policy making purposes, evaluation purposes, you should have certain indices? Does it make sense to you? For policy making purposes, you have implemented policies, you want to evaluate how the policies are performing. You are the RBI, you have to find out, Should you increase the interest rate? Should you decrease the interest rate? For that, you need certain data. One data they use is index of industrial production. Index of industrial production. Now, how do we measure what is the index of industrial production? We measure using three very important sectors. We measure using three very important sectors. One, manufacturing. Second one is mining, and the third one is right, the electricity sector. Right, one is manufacturing, second one is mining, and the third one is electricity sector. Now let me ask you a very simple question, right? And all of this is a basic application. You are looking at three sectors. How many of you believe that all the three sectors are equally important? Let me know. Right, I'm asking a very simple question. You are looking at three sectors and you're trying to find out how much has been the output change. How much is the change in the output in all the three sectors? Is there anyone who says, sir, equal importance should be given to all the three sectors? Of course, no. Don't you think manufacturing should be given the highest importance? Right, I hope you understand. You should not give equal importance, just like CPI data. Do you remember CPI? I gave you an example of, let's say, milk prices, cloth prices, right, etc. And I asked you the same question, right? Don't you think the change in the milk prices will affect you more? So should you give more importance to food? Of course, yes. Apply the same logic here, right? You have manufacturing, you have mining, etc. Manufacturing is very important, so I will give higher weightage to manufacturing. Right? Compared to manufacturing, mining is less important, less weightage to that. Now look at the weightages. Right? Now look at the weightages. Right? Does it make sense to you? Because all the three sectors are not equally important. Some has more importance, give more weightage to it. Manufacturing has the highest weightage, 77%. Followed by mining sector, which has the weightage of 14%. And the remaining around 8% is allocated to electricity sector. Remaining around 8% is allocated to electricity sector. So on month-to-month basis, for every month, we try to find out what has been happening in terms of manufacturing sector, what is happening in terms of mining sector, what is happening in terms of electricity sector. And that is represented collectively in the form of index of industrial production. Index of industrial production. Who publishes index of industrial production? It is NSO, National Statistics Office, or National Statistical Office, which functions under the Ministry of Statistics. And what is the importance of IIP? It is used for policy making, either by the government or by RBI. It is used to provide as advance estimates of production. Right? What do you mean by advance estimates? Based on the performance of industries in the last 3 months or last 6 months, can I estimate? Underline the term estimate. Based on right, the performance of the manufacturing sector, mining sector, etc. in the last, let's say, 6 months, 9 months, can I estimate what could be the GDP value? Again, underline the term estimate. There is absolutely no guarantee. Absolutely no guarantee, because after 2 months, you only don't know whether there is going to be a recession. Are you reading the newspapers or not? One of your favorite companies, McDonald's, right? Have you read the newspaper? Yesterday, there was an update. One of your favorite fast food joint, McDonald's, has closed its offices in USA. It has closed its offices in USA. And understand the importance of it. More and more banks, more and more companies are going for layoff. They are going for restructuring. They are going for closure. What is the indication? You tell me, what is the indication? The indication is that storm is coming, or to borrow the phrase from Game of Thrones, winter is coming. Right? Be very careful. Be very, very careful. Right? All these are indicators. Whether is it a guarantee? I hope you understand. If this is happening, is it a guarantee that the recession will happen? Absolutely no, it's not a guarantee. But is it an indicator that everything is not going well in the economy? If a company such as McDonald's will shut the shop, will go for restructuring, What does it mean? Consumption is not happening, right? The sale of the FMCG is not happening, which is a worrying factor, which is a very much worrying factor. So banking sector under stress, consumption is under stress, unemployment, latest data for unemployment in case of India has increased. Very concerning indicators, very concerning indicators. Anyways, that's a reason I keep on telling you people, please read economy like this. It becomes interesting. It becomes interesting. Now you tell me, if all of this is happening, inflation rate is very high, don't you think the job of RBI is not easy? Think of it, right? All of this is happening, inflation rate is also very high. Do you think the job of RBI is very easy? Right? RBI looks at all of this situation and says, so easy, I will reduce interest rates. Right? Can this be a policy of RBI? Most of the experts, in couple of days now, any day now, you will come across monetary policy review. Most of the experts believe that RBI will further increase interest rate by 25 basis points. In this week only it will happen. In this week itself it will happen. Most of the experts believe that RBI might go for another rate hike by 25 basis points. Do not be surprised if that is done. Do not be surprised, because inflation rate is beyond control for RBI. Okay, anyways, come back to this. This is basically the importance of index of industrial production. Now, right, look at my statement. Next one, understand this carefully. In the index of industrial production, I'm covering all the industries. I'm covering whatever is there within manufacturing. I'm covering electricity sector. I'm covering even within mining, whatever mining is done. But is it okay if I say I can have one more refined version of this? I can refine this, create one more index. Rather than covering all the industries, I will cover limited industries. Let me know, is it possible or not? Rather than covering all the industries, right? Within mining, multiple industries are there, right? Such as natural gas, such as crude oil, multiple industries. Within manufacturing, again, multiple industries are there. So rather than covering all these industries, why not create one more index where rather than covering all industries, I will cover limited industries. That is basically the concept of index of 8 core industries. That is basically the concept of index of 8 core industries. Most important industries will be covered here. Sir, what do you mean by most important industries? Have a look at the list and let me know, are these not very important for Indian economy? Steel, coal, crude oil, natural gas, cement, fertilizer, electricity. Are these not very important? So rather than covering all the industries that we did in index of industrial production, now I'll focus on important industries. That's the reason it is called as index of 8 core industries. ICI, index of 8 core industries. And just like I asked you the question here, and earlier I asked you that question, that same question, do you think all these 8 industries will be given equal weightage? Does it make sense to you? Is it fair looking at the importance of all of this? Of course no, right? Look at the weightages. The one which has got the highest weightage is the refinery product. The one which has the lowest weightage is the fertilizer. Right? So refinery product has the highest weightage and fertilizer has the lowest weightage. So these are the weightages which have been provided to all the 8 core industries within ICI. Within ICI. The next point is slightly confusing to some of you people, but right, follow the discussion. I have taken 8 core industries. From where have I taken these 8 core industries? I have taken it from IIP. Agreed. Let me know. IIP is a very large, right, summation of all the industries. But out of all these industries, I have taken only 8 industries. Now, can I simply say the index of 8 core industries, whatever index is there, it is basically a subset of IIP. Subset in the sense of weightages. In terms of weightages, it is a subset of IIP. Right? What do you mean by the subset here? Let me give a very simple example. And don't by heart it. UPSC will not ask you this. Let's say hypothetically, there are two sectors A and B. Two sectors, or else let's say three sectors A, B and C. A is further divided into three sectors. B is divided into two sectors. C is divided into three industries. Right? And let's say hypothetical numbers here, 40%, right, 50% and 10%. Weightage of A is a 40, B is 50 and C is 10%. So divide that 40 into three industries again, 10%, 15% and 15%. Right? I'll just simply give you alphabets here. Imagine it is E, F, G, three industries. B will be further divided into two, H and I, that will be 20% and 30%. And C is further divided into three, let's say, right, L, M, N industries, 4%, 5% and 1%. Totally should be 100%, by the way. Totally should be 100. Now, how many industries are there? Just for sake of hypothetical understanding, underline the term hypothetical calculation. So in A, how many industries are there? 3. In B sector, how many industries? 2. In C, how many industries? 3. Now let's say out of all these industries, I'll pick up only 4 industries. Out of all the industries, I will pick up only 4 industries. That is, I'll pick up E, I will pick up H and I, and I'll pick up L. Now, what are the weightages of E? Weightage of E is 10%, H is 20%, L is 4%, and I is 30%. I've taken the weightages, simple. I've taken the weightages which were allocated under the A, B and C. Now get the summation of this, the sum total of it. 10 plus 20, that is 30, 30 plus 30, 60, 60 plus 4, 64%. Now can I write it like this? Let me know. Can I write it like this? Here in this example, index of core industries, assuming only 4 industries are there, is equal to 64% of all the industries. Any problem with this? In this example, I'll repeat, in this example that I've taken, if there are only 4 core industries, the weightage of 4 core industries is equal to 64% of total weightage. Now, apply the same logic to 8 industries. Apply the same logic to 8 industries. Rather than 4, we are taking 8. Now, if you take the weightages of all the 8 industries, the weightage will be equivalent to 40% or 40.27% of total IIP. So, the index of 8 core industries has a weightage of around 40% of IIP, that is index of industrial production. Okay, right. So, it is published by Office of Economic Advisor, which functions under Ministry of Commerce. Office of Economic Advisor under Ministry of Commerce, with the base year of 2011 and 12. For both of them, that is IIP as well as ICI, it's an index. So base year will be 11 and 12. So these are the two very important indices. Please be very careful. Question has already been asked by UPSC on this. They have already asked a question on the ICI, Index of 8 Core Industries, in the prelims. Done. So 2 indices are there. Please remember the indices. Now let me enter into one more sector within industries. That is services sector. Let me start with the example of services. Go to bottom part of the slide. I have given you example of various types of services. Have a look at all of them. All of them are services. But if you ask me, right, some of the students will ask me, sir, what is the basic idea of a service? Services are intangibles. Right, slightly entering into management area now. Services are intangibles. Those who are from MBA background or BBA background will be very happy now. Very happy. So finally something that I've studied, Services are intangibles. Intangibles means you cannot touch them. There is no physical presence of the services. Right? For example, transportation services, real estate services, tourism services. Right? Basically, idea is you cannot touch them. There is no physical presence. Right? So, what do you mean by this? Tell me, is there a pen in the hand? Do I have or am I holding a pen in my hand or not? Is it visible to all of you? Is it visible? Of course, yes. Right? Tangible. This is a product. This is a good, tangible. On the other hand, you will travel. You will book Ola. That's a service. It is intangible. Right? It is intangible. After the lecture is over, or right now, some of you might be searching in Swiggy. What should I order? Right? Or Zomato. What should I order? Services. Intangible. You are listening to my lecture. This is a service. It is intangible. Right? So goods are tangible in nature. Services are intangible in nature. Right? So services are intangible. What are the example of services? I've given you a lot of examples. Please have a look at it. Now, why services sector is so important for Indian economy? What is the relevance of the service sector in India? One, it will contribute to GDP. It contributes very large way to the GDP number. For example, I'll just throw around a number, right? Approximate number. You don't buy at exact number. For 1 year to another year, it will keep on changing. If you break up the GDP of India, try to find out how much will come from manufacturing, how much will come from agriculture, and how much will come from services. I will guarantee this, more than 50% will come from services sector. More than 50%. Some years it will be 52, some years it will be 53, etc. So it will definitely be more than 50%. So more than 50% of the contribution to the economy comes from the services sector. Point number one. It also provides a lot of job opportunities. A lot of jobs are generated in the services sector. Third point, we will export a lot of these services. So any example of exporting of services? Software. Best example is software. We will export a lot of these services, right? And when we export it, it will bring a lot of foreign exchanges into India. Sir, can you give any other example apart from software? What about tourism? You tell me. What about tourism? Right? Tourism also brings a lot of right the foreign exchange into India. What about healthcare? What about healthcare sector? It also brings a lot of foreign exchange into India. So brings a lot of forex into Indian economy. And finally, lot of foreign direct investment, FDI, lot of foreign direct investment will be able to attract under the concept of services sector itself. Okay, so that is basically why service sector is so relevant, so important for Indian economy. But please understand this, there are certain concerns also. I'll come to the concerns. But if you see that, I told you more than 50%, right? More than 50% of, let's say, the GDP contribution comes from services sector. What is the reason? What are the causes behind this? Why service sector has ballooned in case of India? Right? Why service sector has ballooned, grown in case of India? The reasons are like this. First one, LPG reforms announced by the government, mainly driven by LPG reforms only. The LPG reforms have basically opened up the market, right? That is Indian economy to the foreign market. And as a result of this, lot of foreign companies which provide services have entered into India. Sorry, any example of this? Accenture company. All of you heard of this? I believe some of you are working for it. Accenture company, a software company. It is an FDI. It's a foreign company which has entered into India. Have you heard of Akasa Airlines? Very, very recent airlines, Akasa Airlines, which was backed up by Mr. Rakesh Jhunjhunwala. That's a foreign direct investment services sector. Right? Your favorite Times Now channel. It is owned by Bennett and Coleman. Right? Bennett and Coleman is a foreign company, by the way. So what has happened? And again, in every sector you can find out. Most of the sectors you can find out, that is service sector, you will find out a foreign player in that. So the argument is simple here. Post LPG, the market has been opened up. Foreign companies look at India and they see a lot of revenue potential. They will come to India. Right? So LPG reforms announced by the government has driven the growth of the service sector. Growth of the firms also has led to outsourcing of services. Sir, what do you mean by this? When you start a company, let's say a micro enterprise, imagine you start a micro enterprise. Now the size of the company will increase. From micro, you will migrate to small. Small, you will migrate to large company. Now imagine you are investing, let's say, right, 5,000 crore rupees into the company, because you are able to generate money, lot of investments you are able to generate, and you will invest into this company. It's a very large company now. Can I say, because it has become a very large company, you will start outsourcing some of the services to other companies? Yes or no? You'll start outsourcing some of the services to other companies. For example, transportation services. Some of you keep on messaging me somewhere around 9:25 to 9:26. Sir, my cab is coming. Please stop the class. I need to catch my cab. That is basically what I'm talking about. Right? That is, you're working as a software engineer, let's say, for a company. But that company has outsourced the transportation services to another company. Security services, cleaning services, right? All these are basically possible. Why? Companies are growing in size. When the companies grow in size, it makes more sense for them to simply outsource rather than having a department for it, right? So the growth of the firms has actually led to outsourcing of more and more services. Rising global trade. In the international market, the trade has actually increased in the last 2.5 decades. When the trade increases, don't you think the services sector will also benefit because of this? I hope you understand. So how? Right? If there is a trade growth in case of goods, how the services sector will get the benefit? Can I connect goods and services? For example, you want to move this particular product from your manufacturing facility to the market. Is a service involved or not? Let me know. You have manufactured this marker, it is there in your factory. You want to sell it in the market. Is the service involved or not? Of course, yes. So what kind of services? Transportation, warehousing, right? Export, etc. Lot of services are actually involved, right? So whenever the growth of the merchandise will increase, whenever the international trade will improve, automatically there is a higher demand for services. Higher demand for services. Okay. Rise in the income of the people has actually increased the demand for the services. The per capita incomes in India have increased. All of you will agree. I believe in the third or fourth class, I have given you data regarding that. In the last 8 years, in case of India, per capita income has actually doubled. Now you tell me, when your incomes keep on increasing, will you demand more and more services as well as the goods or not? Of course, it makes perfect logical sense. When incomes will keep on increasing, you will start ordering food from Swiggy. You will go to restaurants, have food there. Right? You will go to movie. You will watch movies in Inox theater, IMAX, maybe John Wick 4, etc. So as the incomes will keep on increasing, what will happen to demand for services? Automatically they'll keep on increasing. Right? So rise in the income has increased the demand for services. Cheaper human labor available. And when I say cheaper, do not misunderstand the term cheaper here. Cheaper means compared to USA cost wise. I hope you understand. Compared to USA cost wise, right? If you open up a company in USA, the labor charges that you pay in USA are comparatively much higher than in India. That is the precise reason all these multinational companies, especially software companies, will come to India. They will get their work done in India. They will get the customer services from India, etc. Why? The labor available in case of India, the cost of the labor is much more lower. That is the meaning of the term cheaper here. Don't say, sir, cheaper means you're right, you're humiliating me. Absolutely no. rise of newer activities are due to technological upgradation or technological progress. Best example, food delivery. Best example that I can provide for this statement is delivery of food, or else Ola, Uber, etc., or Blinkit, whatever company is. And by the way, none of these have paid money to me. I hope you understand. None of them have paid any money to me. I'm not promoting any one of them. So the argument is simple. With better technology that is available to us now, can I say these kind of services have grown? Simple idea. With better technology that is available to us, the services provided by such companies has actually increased. And that is also one of the reasons why there is a sudden boom in the services sector in India. Okay, so these are some of the reasons. Now, what are the challenges or issues? What are the challenges for the services sector or issues faced by the services sector? Point number one, disruptions in the global market as well as the domestic market. Right? I hope you understand. Right? Disruptions in the global market as well as the domestic market. Can I give you one example? Recession, pandemic, recession, right? Or the war between Russia and Ukraine, higher inflation in USA, etc. Don't you think all of them are problems for Indian economy? For the services sector in India, don't you think all of these are problems? Of course, yes. All of these are problems, right? So any kind of a disruption, it will disrupt not only services, it will also disrupt manufacturing sector, right? It's not just connected to services. Disruptions are always bad for whole economy. Second one, rising or increasing barriers. Rising or increasing barriers. For example, let me give a very simple example here. USA has increased the tariff on steel and aluminum exports which are coming from other countries. From other countries, when steel and aluminum will go to USA, government of USA has imposed more taxes, more barriers on this import. Now, is it okay if I say, if the taxes are imposed, exports from India will be affected? Let me know if you disagree. Exports from India will be affected. Now, if the exports, if these are affected, don't you think it is going to affect even the services sector? Because just now we have connected goods and services like this. There's a close connection, right? Transportation, warehousing, etc., etc. If exports from India will be affected, what will happen to services sector in India? They will also be affected. Next, attract FDI only in certain sectors. Within the services as well as manufacturing, in many of these industries, we have opened up FDI. We have opened up the sector. FDI can come into this. But imagine you're a foreign investor. Will you be investing in every sector in India? Does it make sense to you? Will you be investing in every sector in Indian market? Sir, any example in the current affairs? Imagine you're a foreign investor, and now let me know how many of you will be interested in investing in telecom sector in India. Let's see. Right? I hope you're reading the newspapers. Let me know you have a lot of money. Right? How many of you will be interested in setting up, right, a telecom sector in India? Some of you will be interested because you see a potential in 6G. Some of you will look at what is happening to Vodafone India and you will run away from India. I hope you understand, right? So it varies from one sector to another sector. If the potential is very high, investor automatically will come. If the potential is very low, right, the market size is very low, right, people or let's say investors will stay away, right? So what I'm trying to convey here is multiple sectors are there in the services where FDI is allowed. Please have a look at this. Multiple sectors are there, but you will generally see most of the foreign investment entering into certain sectors such as software services. Software services in the last 15 years has attracted generally around 1/6 of the total FDI coming into India. Is it okay? Software services has attracted around 1/6 of the FDI that is coming. So there are certain sectors where FDI flow is very high, certain sectors where FDI flow is very low, very much limited. And in some sectors, government is allowing right now. Can I give you one example? Let me connect it to current affairs. Foreign universities in India. Foreign universities in India. Don't you think until now, it was restricted. Now government of India is allowing foreign universities entry into India. In fact, it is there in the current affairs. Please be very careful. Can I give you one more example? Legal services. Legal services. Now foreign entities which provide legal services, now also they have been allowed to enter into India to provide the legal services. So I hope you understand this, right? I'm trying to connect it to current affairs so that you know what is actually happening in related to this in the current affairs. So in some of the sectors, potential is very high. They will automatically go there. In some other sectors, they don't see potential. They will stay away. In some other sectors, services only, but government has a restriction. And that's the reason FDI has come, but not in all the sectors. Very limited sectors you will see like this. Okay, so that is one more concern here. Next one, high contribution in the GDP, but in terms of employment, generally it is lower. Right, highest amount of employment in case of India, it is there in agriculture sector. Highest amount. Somewhere around 49% of the working population, it is there in agriculture sector. Service sector contributes more than 50% to GDP, more than 50% to GDP. But in terms of employment, it is somewhere around 1/4. Right, it accounts for very less proportion of employment in India. And last one, sector specific issues. Certain specific issues are plaguing sectors. For example, telecom sector. Don't you think in the telecom sector, a lot of issues are there currently because of entry of new player, right? Lower revenue generation, incurrence of losses, right? Competition, higher investment for 5G, 6G now, etc. Same thing with civil aviation market. Because of the pandemic, many companies in the civil aviation sector had to incur losses. Many of them had to shut down many of the operations, etc. So sector specific issues are also relevant in case of India. Done. So this is a discussion regarding the services sector. So what are the reforms? What are the reforms? These are the important reforms, right? Startup India, right? I'll discuss that now. Second one is SEIS. We have discussed SEIS, by the way. Do you remember SEIS? Service Exports from India Scheme, FTP 2015 and 2020. We have discussed. FDI reforms, I'm yet to discuss FDI. We'll discuss it, don't worry. Right, and one more very important reform is goods and services tax, which has subsumed the indirect taxes which were earlier applied separately on goods as well as services. Now, what is this idea for Startup India? I'll discuss two very important reforms now. Industrial policies, Startup India and Make in India. Both are relevant, both are important. Let's start. Right, let me start with the first one, Make in India. Right, what do you mean by Make in India? It is a policy of Government of India, wherein Government of India wants to attract investment. Wherein Government of India wants to attract investment either from the foreign market or from the domestic market. Please remember all these points carefully. And before you start asking me, sir, right, what have you given in the slide? It is a mind map. It is basically a mind map. It's basically a summation of everything related to Make in India. Right? Again, this is my recommendation to you people. Many of you keep on asking me, sir, economy is such a vast subject. How do I remember it? My recommendation is prepare mind maps like this. It makes the revision very much easier. Let's start now. Make in India. What are we trying to achieve under Make in India? We want to ensure a lot of investment will come either from the foreign market or from the domestic market. Investment will increase. Sir, right, in what area investments are we targeting? Let me show you the list. My recommendation, please do not by heart the list. Remember 2 or 3 under both of them. That is, in Make in India, there are 27 areas. I hope you understand. There are 27 areas, right, which will be covered under Make in India. Now, don't by heart all the 27. Try to remember 3 or 4, more than sufficient. These are in the manufacturing, right? How many are there in manufacturing? 15. And 12 more in the services. 12 more in the services sector, right? So totally 27. Totally 27. So in all these 27 areas, Government of India says, I want to attract a lot of investment. So point number one, investment. Now, when the investment will flow into, let's say, these 27 sectors, you tell me what will happen to employment? Automatically, employment generation will take place. What will happen to the production? Right? Automatically, production will also increase. And finally, have a look at this. There is this idea of an intellectual property. There is this concept of intellectual property, very important. And by the way, you can connect it to current affairs also. What is this intellectual property? Intellectual property in this context, basically I'm saying the Indian economy needs to make an investment in research and development. We need to make investment, lot of investment in research and development. Every economic survey highlights this. Every survey. We need to invest a lot of money in research and development. Can I give you one example? One example. Imagine you want to have a scan, MRI. And you go to, again, I'm not wishing it, let's say hypothetically. You will go to a diagnostics company which is providing this service to you. How many of you are under the impression that these kind of services are very cheap in India? Let me know. How many of you are under the impression that if you want to get a scan, if you want to get a PET scan, if you want to get an MRI, etc., these are very cheaper in India? Absolutely no. These are very, very expensive. Very, very expensive. Why? What is the reason? Why these are expensive? The companies have invested money. They have the patent over the machines. They have a patent over the machines. And these machines, because there is a patent owned by a particular company, we will import into India. We simply import into India. As a result of this, all of this, right, the cost is very, very high. Cost is very, very high. Whatever the price is, don't worry. Some of you are saying, sir, I got the scan done, the price was this much, but you're saying very high. Argument is simple. Is it accessible to poor houses? I hope you understand. Is it accessible to poor houses in India? Absolutely no. Very, very costly. So why? Why is it very costly? Because the research and development investment happens by these companies, foreign companies. They own the technology. They will provide the technology now, but at a higher cost. So what is the way forward? Can we promote investment in research and development in India? That is what we are trying to do here. I hope you understand. That is what we are trying to do here. Can we promote investment in research and development? Because please understand this. Every survey that you look into will generally say that investment in research and development is less than 1% in India. It is less than 1% in India. It's very, very low in India. So we need to promote research and development. So that is one of the objectives here. Invest more in R&D. Get patents, get copyrights, get industrial designs in India, produce in India, provide it at much lower prices within the domestic market. So these are some of the objectives of Make in India. What are the targets? One, I want to ensure industry will grow at 12 to 14% annually. Every year, I want the industry to grow by 12% to 14%. Second, I want to generate 100 million jobs under this. Again, it has not happened, don't worry, but the objective, or let's say target, was kept. Right? So I want to generate 100 million jobs. Third one, the contribution of industries to the GDP, it's somewhere around 17 to 18%. I want this to be increased to 25%. I want this to increase to 25%. These are the targets under Make in India. So what are the policies or reforms which have been implemented by the government to achieve all of this? Are there any policies or reforms? First one, foreign direct investment. In most of these sectors, we are allowing FDI. We are allowing FDI, foreign companies, to come into India and set up, right, the manufacturing or service sector unit. Labor reforms are also we are allowing. Now let me connect it to current affairs. How many of you have read regarding the recent changes in the labor laws in Karnataka? It was there in the newspaper, by the way. It was there in the newspaper, right? How many of you have read regarding labor laws changes that were announced in Tamil Nadu, right? In some of these particular states. Why? You tell me why. Why are they making these labor law changes? Because they want to attract foreign investments. Simple, right? They want to attract foreign investments, right? Apple company or the companies which are associated with Apple, such as Foxconn, they are investing a lot of money, right? They are investing a lot of money in Indian market, but they want flexibility. They want more flexibility in terms of labor laws. So the states are implementing the labor laws or amending the labor laws so that foreign investment will flow into India. Okay, right? So labor laws changes also introduced. GST, goods and services tax, it has made indirect taxation structure much more easier. Corporate tax rate, there is an option now. You can pay the corporate tax rate at a lower rate, not at 30%, but at 22%. Option is available. Ease of doing business, right? That is having a single window clearance, right? Giving you clearances much faster, reducing the charges associated with the clearances, approvals, etc. That is basically the promotion of ease of doing business. Right, so government of India as well as the state governments are implementing a lot of these policies as well as reforms to basically promote the idea of a manufacturing or service sector in India under the concept of Make in India. So as a result of this, what has been the achievement? What has been the achievement? If you rank all the countries which have received FDI, I repeat, if you rank all the countries which have received FDI, highest amount of FDI, India is generally in the top 10. India is generally in the top 10, which means what? FDI inflow has increased. The amount of FDI that flows into India, it has increased. It has also promoted a lot of reforms in the form of ease of doing business, right? We have discussed so much regarding this. It has promoted a lot of reforms which has made it easier for the businesses to conduct their operations in India. Third one, in many of these individual sectors, lot of investment has flown into India. Lot of investment in specific sectors, lot of investment. For example, logistics sector. Logistics, we are attracting lot of investment now. Civil aviation, we have attracted lot of investment. Services sector, that is IT, we have attracted lot of investment. Drone manufacturing, we are attracting lot of investment. So certain specific sectors are also getting the benefit because of such policies of the government of India. But having said so, there are certain issues or failures related to such policies, right? There are certain issues or failures related to such policies, right? What do you mean by this? Let's go point by point. One, right? Even today, understand this, even today, when you import something into India, government in the last couple of years has increased the tariffs. I'll repeat the statement. When you import something into India, government in the last couple of years has increased the tariffs. You should not be doing that, right? Again, whether you're pro or counter or anti-government doesn't matter. Whenever you want to promote competition in a particular economy, one of the ways, best ways in fact, again, it's capitalism, you can't help it. One of the ways that you can promote competition is allow free flow of imports. Free flow in the sense, do not restrict them, allow them to flow freely into the economy. Can I connect it to current affairs? Last week, how many of you have read regarding one of the lecture that was given by Mr. Viral Acharya? Let me check. How many of you read regarding one of the speeches that was given by Mr. Viral Acharya? And I'm actually surprised to see that most of you are saying no. Why? It was there in the newspapers. It was there in many news channels also. Sir, I was busy preparing for UPSC. Right? I was busy preparing for UPSC, so I was not able to read right in the newspaper. Very important policy, very important recommendations were given by Mr. Viral Acharya. Right? Very important recommendations. Again, whether governments will implement it or not, you will have to say that, okay, there is certain logical argument in that. Some of the recommendations, 5 recommendations were given, right? And one of the recommendation was regarding tariff only. I hope you understand. One of the recommendation was there regarding tariff itself, right? As per the paper, the tariffs that have been imposed by the government have increased. And whenever you impose a tariffs like this, you are trying to protect the domestic market. By protecting the domestic market, you will not be promoting competitiveness. I hope you understand. By protecting the domestic market, you are not going to promote competition. That will never happen. Rather than that, allow for the imports to come into India, right? If the domestic companies want to become competitive, automatically they will have to improve their game. Automatically they will have to work on their costing. They will have to work on the usage of technology, labor, etc., etc. That is the approach that many of the experts say government of India should follow. But anyways, the tariffs on the imports have been higher. That is one problem. Unemployment rate in case of India has been higher, right? Despite having a policy, that is also a concern. Industrial growth rate, especially in the last couple of years, has been affected. Again, partly one of the reason is, right, let's say the pandemic. But even before the pandemic, there is a slowdown in the Indian economy, right? Too many sectors are being covered. 27 sectors. 27 sectors, right? The coverage is too wide. You will not be able to focus completely on even one of the sector because you are covering 27 sectors now. And there are a lot of external factors that will have an impact on India's manufacturing as well as the services sector. For example, inflation in USA, right? Inflation in the European market, Russia-Ukraine war, etc. Right? All of them will have an impact on, right, the manufacturing as well as service sector in India, despite government having a policy in India. Done? So these are some of the issues related to the idea of a Make in India. Now let me show you one more policy here. Let me show one more policy to you people. That is a Startup India initiative. Startup India initiative. Now, what do you mean by a startup? If I ask you what do you mean by a startup, most of you will say, sir, right? What do you mean by what is a startup? Startup is a startup. And most of you will write like this only in the UPC also. You'll say startup is a startup. Startup is a recently started company. Right? But please understand, as per the definition of Government of India, this is right how a startup is defined. 3 very important conditions. As per Government of India, 3 very important conditions. 1, from the date of incorporation. Incorporation means what? Starting. Right? You will incorporate. Incorporate means you will establish a company. From the date of incorporation, it should not be older than 10 years. Have a look at this. From the date of incorporation, the company should not be older than 10 years. First condition. Second condition, imagine you started the company in 2018. You started the company in 2018. Now, can I simply say that it is less than 10-year-old? It is less than 10-year-old. So, you have satisfied one condition. Second condition, so in 2018, how much was your revenue? That is the financial year 2018, how much was your revenue? 2019, 2020, 21, 22. In every financial year, how much was your turnover or revenue? In any of these previous financial years, if your revenue has crossed more than 100 crore rupees, then you will not be recognized as a startup. I'll repeat it again. In any of these previous years, if your turnover or revenue has crossed more than 100 crore rupees in any one of the years, you are not a startup, right? So in all these previous years, your revenue should be less than 100 crore rupees. Second condition. And the third condition, you should be registered. You're a company, you should be a registered company. So registered under what? You should be registered under the Companies Act. You should be registered either under the Companies or under Partnership Act or Limited Liability Partnership Act. You should be registered under one of the 3 acts like this. So you meet all the 3 conditions. Less than 10-year-old company, in none of the previous years revenue is more than 100 crore, and you're registered under one of the three acts, then you will be recognized by the government as a startup. You'll be recognized by the government, that specifically the DPIIT, as a startup. Sir, what is the advantage? What is the advantage of having a startup recognition? If you have a startup recognition, please understand this, right? Income tax exemption will be provided. What is income tax here? For a company, what is the income tax? Profits. On the profits, government will impose and collect taxes for 3 consecutive years. I repeat, for 3 consecutive years, you can claim 100% tax exemption. That is, let's say you start a company. It's a startup. Government of India has recognized this as a startup. Let's say hypothetically in 2020, 2021 and 2022, in 3 financial years consecutively, in 3 financial years, you can simply say, right, government will provide you 100% tax exemption. Means what? You do not have to pay any corporate tax on the profits to the government. On the profit, 100% tax exemption will be provided. That is first very important feature. Second very important feature is, you are a startup, you have invested in a technology, you want a patent on it. You want a patent on it. So now Government of India says, I will speed up the process of granting a patent to you. Is the logic okay? I will speed up the process of granting a patent to you. Right, that is IP application, intellectual property rights applications will be fast tracked. Third one, self-certification. Right, what is the idea of a self-certification? You start a company, you will have to implement certain laws. Right, any problem, let me know. You start a company, there are certain environmental related laws you will have to implement. There are certain other laws which you will have to follow. Now, Government of India generally will send an inspector, right, the inspector for these laws. So they will send a team for inspection to these companies. But government now says, I will not send any inspection team. Right? I will not be sending any inspection team. Right? You come forward as a startup, you come forward and declare yourself. You only self-declare. That is, you give me a declaration saying that all these laws we are implementing. I hope you understand. It's basically ease of doing business. Rather than sending an inspection team to you, right, that is your company, and they're checking everything, you come forward and say that you are following all these laws. That is basically self-declaration or self-certification. Next, fund of funds. Next one is idea of a fund of a fund. Now let me explain this. So imagine here is a fund. Right, sir, what do you mean by fund here? Let's assume it's a mutual fund. I'll take a simple example. Follow this carefully. Many of the students will get stuck up with the term there. It's easy, but follow the example. Here is a mutual fund. You will invest in the mutual fund. You are what? Individual. You are an individual. I am also an individual. Now the mutual fund will make investment in other instruments in the market. Now rather than you investing in a mutual fund, then mutual fund investing in, right, let's say one more instrument. What if there is a fund? The money from the fund will be contributed or given to mutual fund, and the mutual fund will invest in the market. Is the logic okay? Rather than individual, I'll replace individual now. There is a fund. There is certain fund which has been created. The money will be given from the fund to mutual fund, and from the mutual fund, investment will be done in the market. Can I call this as fund of fund? Let me know. Can I call this as fund of a fund? Any problems? Do not complicate it. Simplify it. right? Because many of the terms, looking at it, you will get confused. Fund of funds means what? It is basically consisting of money. But the money from this fund is not directly invested. The money will be given to one more fund, and this fund will make investment in the market. That is called as a fund of fund. Sir, what is this logic of fund of funds in the startup? Right? What is the logic of fund of funds in the startup? Government of India has set up a fund. Government of India has set up a fund. But Government of India doesn't directly invest in the equity of startups. They do not directly invest in the equity. What they have done is, they will provide the money out of this. From this fund, the money will be provided to certain types of investment funds in the market. For example, there is a type of a financial institution called as alternative investment funds. AIF, alternative investment funds, AIF. So have a look at this. There are types of investors in the market, financial institution called as alternative investment funds. So government will provide the fund from this to AIF. AIF will invest in the startup. AIF will invest this money in the startup. This is basically called as fund of a fund. This is referred to as fund of fund, right? So for providing assistance to the startups, right? Especially startups will require a lot of money. So to provide assistance to the startups like this, to provide funding to the startups, Government of India has set up a fund of fund. It has set up a fund of fund wherein through AIFs, now the investments will be routed into startups. That is one more very important provision. Faster exit. Exit policy of 90 days has been announced. Faster exit policy of 90 days has been announced. Now, many of you will ask me, sir, what do you mean by exit here? Let's take a simple example. Imagine you start a company, you launch a startup. The startup doesn't perform very well. You want to close it. It is called as exit, right? When you say exit, understand the statement here. When you say exit, does it simply mean you will lock the office and go home? Think of it. When I say exit, you are exiting the business. Does it simply mean you will lock the office, you will switch off all the lights, you will switch off all the computers and go home? Does it mean exit of the business? Absolutely no. You'll have to go to the registrar of companies. You'll have to ask them, please cancel my registration. You'll have to go to electricity board and tell them, cancel my certificate. I do not want electricity connection. You'll have to go to, let's say, the water board, give an application to them to cancel, right, your water supply, etc., etc. So when you say exit process, it's not simply meaning you lock the company and go home. No. If you do that, the government authorities will keep on sending bills month after month to you. They'll keep on sending bills to you because you're still registered. You're still getting access to all of them. So what you need to do, you will have to close all these, right? Or let's say you'll have to complete all of these formalities. This is called as exit. So Government of India has a policy of 90 days exit for the startups. 90-day exit policy. And finally, public procurement. Earlier we have discussed public procurement policy. For MSMEs, there is a public procurement policy. Government says, even for the startups, I will relax this public procurement policy and try to procure from the startups so that I will promote the startup culture in India. So these are certain very important provisions to promote a startup or Startup India initiative. Done? Right. So further more points are there. Achievements. Have a look at this. We have been able to attract a lot of investments in the startups. India accounts for one of the largest number of startups in the global market. Lot of companies, startups in India have become unicorns, etc. So there is a rising startup, right, initiative, or let's say rising startup ecosystem in the Indian market. And having said so, It's not that Startup India or let's say startups are not facing any issues. Of course, they are facing issues. For example, in recent times, I'm pretty sure you've come across this. Startups are finding it very difficult to raise money now. Right? Startups are finding it very, very difficult to raise money, to raise investments in the market. Funding winter. There is this argument, funding winter. Right? So startups are finding it very difficult to raise capital. Second one, although so many provisions are there, right? For example, I'll give you the idea of a tax exemption. For 3 consecutive years, government says a tax exemption. But how many of you think startups will earn profit in, let's say, 5 years or 8 years? Let me know. How many of you believe startups will start making profits in 5 years or 8 years or 10 years? Most of the startups don't. They will not make profits. For many, many years, they will not make profits only. So government says, I will provide tax exemption 100%, but these are not making profits. So very few of the companies are getting the benefit of these kind of initiatives of the government. And even though government says, I will provide patents very fast, the process that is followed in case of India is very, very lengthy. It's a very lengthy process, right? And that is a precise reason even today getting patents from the government authorities or the government setup authority, it's a very late process in India. Done? Right? So these are some of the concerns or issues related to startups in India. Right? So this is a discussion of a Startup India initiative. We'll stop the discussion here today. Tomorrow we'll continue from the questions, then take up the next chapter, that is planning. But before that, let me take up questions from your side, right, before I wind up the session. I am asking how agriculture is intangible, right? I did not say agriculture output is intangible. Agriculture related services. For example, you tell me agriculture credit, drone technology, weather services, are these not intangible? So agriculture related services are intangible. What is fund of fund? Fund of funds, again I'll repeat it. Fund of fund simply means you are establishing certain amount of money, you are keeping certain amount of money in one account. That is called as a fund of fund. And you will use this money to invest in one more fund. That is called as fund of fund. If the potential buyer of MSME who has proposed the resolution plan fails to comply with the plan, what remedies are available? If the buyer doesn't purchase, again it will be put on the block, it will be liquidated. Right? That's the reason I told you there is one more concept of the Swiss challenge. I'll come to Swiss challenge later. Won't CGT MSC cause a laid back approach? Generally, that is not the idea here. We do not want, of course, we do not want the let's say the MSMEs to become relaxed. Of course, no. We want MSMEs to become proactive. We want to provide certain support to them. Otherwise, they will find it very difficult to get loans in the market, especially from institutional loans. Especially from the institutional loans. Okay. How government of India doesn't invest directly in the startups? You tell me, is the objective of government of India to earn profit? You tell me, is objective of government of India to own the startups? No. That's the reason this kind of a mechanism has been set up. Sir, what if loss is occurred on startup by F? It happens, right? Most of these startups, whenever they will get money, there is no guarantee. Startup is very risky. I hope you understand. Right? Startup is very, very risky. You might have seen certain, let's say the right TV serial or something, and you believe startups are very easy. Absolutely no. Startups are very, very risky. Very risky. Right? So that's a reason there is a very high amount of risk element involved there. Okay. Okay. Any other question? What are the functions of startups? Just like any company, they will invest, they'll create jobs, they'll provide goods and services, just like any company. That's a function of a startup. Okay, so let's stop the discussion today here. Let's stop the discussion today here. Tomorrow, let's continue the discussion. We'll start with a new chapter, planning. Very important concept in the sense, let's say, the recent one, that is Niti Aayog, is very important. concept of 5-year plans is outdated now. Okay, so let's stop the discussion today here. We'll continue. We'll pick it up from this particular slide. That is questions, MCQ, descriptive, then enter into the next chapter. So that's it from my side. Take care. See you tomorrow. Have a great day.